Alright, I think things are working, and hopefully I'm live. Just taking a minute to get stuff set up. I guess I haven't live streamed in like 8-something months. It's been quite a bit, so might not be used to this. Also, I was having some mic troubles. I mean, I don't think it's anything major. It's just that I think my mic is like a bit quieter than before. Yeah, still getting things set up. Waiting for people from the Andrew Cunningham Discord server to come in, if any. Alright, I think I'm about ready to start. I just have to get a note sheet that I compiled a few days ago up. Because, like, when I first watched this video, funny story, I have a friend who had to get knee surgery, who I was watching this video with originally, and because he couldn't make it through the whole thing before I started, he asked me to compile, or before, like, he started, I guess? I don't know. He asked me to compile some notes on it, and because the notes ended up being so comprehensive and massive, I just decided that I wanted to do an analysis of it live. Alright, so this is an hour and 2 minutes, probably going to be pausing a lot because I have a lot of notes. I basically wrote something down every time I agreed or disagreed with something, and that happened quite a lot. Mostly disagreements, of course. Alright, I've got 3 separate monitors open right now, trying to figure out what the best setup for this is. Alright, I think everything's ready. Or as ready as it'll ever be, so let's start watching.
Have you ever heard of the Asriel's Dust meme? You may have seen this gif of Gaster dancing on it, or maybe you just saw an image like this. If so, then you have encountered...
Gotta love how he doesn't use the real image, since I'm pretty sure it's drugs. It's drugs with Asriel's face on it.
my handiwork. You see, it was my What is Rousey theory video that was the inspiration for the Asriel's Dust meme, as a big part of that theory was about how Deltarune's Asriel is secretly dead and his dust was used to create Rousey. That theory became so infamous that Asriel's dust has effectively become the flagship theory of my channel, which means that everyone and their grandmother has been begging for a follow-up to this theory now that chapters 3 and 4 of Deltarune have been released.
I was not. Continue, I suppose.
As such, after taking a few months to
Best theory on the Deltarune? Thank you. Although, well, obviously it's not directed towards me.
Play the new content, I have come back with a whopper of a sequel to my Asriel's Dust theory. Not only do I think that original theory has held up surprisingly well, but
this is coming from someone who's just played the newest Deltarune chapters, which, like, draw, like, the clearest line between Ralsei and Asriel that I think we've seen. I mean, like, if I remember correctly, there is a scene where you controlling Chris try to tell Ralsei that you've seen his face before, and in response, Chris laughs at your answer.
I also now think that the truth is even crazier and more complex than anyone is expecting. I'm talking death, souls, cover-ups, foreshadowing, and a plot that was set in motion all the way back in Undertale.
I mean, I'm pretty sure all those things are in the first theory. I mean, like, let's see this again.
Is expecting. I'm talking death.
Yeah, there was death.
Soul.
There were souls.
Cover-ups.
Yeah, I think you could say there was a cover-up.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, foreshadowing is kind of like a major part of theories.
And a plot that was set in motion all the way back in Undertale.
That also did seem like part of his first theory.
So, strap in and get a snack, as today we will be diving back into the world of Deltarune to find out how Asriel's Dust has become more relevant than ever before.
Unfortunately.
People waste 1,400 hours a year scrolling on their phones. With Purdue Global, you can turn that time in.
First, we need to talk about the original Asriel's Dust theory, as understanding what I was thinking when I made that theory is important for understanding where my mind has gone since.
It definitely is, although I don't think this recap helps out with understanding his process that much. This video is just Jaru coping hard for an hour straight. Unfortunately, I do kind of have to agree with you on that. I mean, aren't like the first 20-something minutes just a recap? I still have a lot of problems with the recap, so I'll be going over it anyways, but yeah.
The primary goal of that video was to explain what the heck Ralsei even was, and it seemed pretty clear at the time that he had some sort of...
Again, this is like the same problem that Jaru had with his Roaring Knight theory video, where he's asking what Ralsei is, and one of the options is human. I think we can rule that one out.
Connection to Asriel. His name is an anagram of Asriel. He looks very similar to Asriel.
Okay, look, I completely get the Ralsei seems like he has some connection to Asriel, but that's like broadly accepted, and I wholeheartedly agree with it, but he doesn't literally have to be Asriel, like, as this theory suggests. I'm fairly certain that the whole red-horned headband theory has existed since Chapter 1, and there's a good reason for that. In fact, I think that's like one of the few Chapter 1 era theories that's still holding up really well.
And he even fills many of the same roles that Flowey filled in Undertale.
Yes, the same roles, like evil guy who tries to kill you, and Flower, and guy caught in a time loop. Like, this is just taking the few roles that they share. Like, yeah, they both teach you the tutorial, but Flowey's tutorial involves trying to kill you and then getting fireballed in the face, while Ralsei's tutorial is actually functional.
As he explains how to play the game and is aware of the saving and loading mechanic.
Yeah, one of them mentions saving like once. The other's like saving is an integral part of his character.
However, while the connection is obvious, what's less obvious is why I would conclude that Asriel is secretly dead.
This is like a major problem with the theory that existed since the Chapter 2 era of this theory. What purpose is there for Asriel to be dead? We already have Des, who's gone missing. I really do not think, like, the other older sibling figure in this story has to be missing / dead or whatever as well.
That conclusion has to do with a couple things, which can most succinctly be summarized as monster funerals, Ralsei's unique powers, and parallels with Undertale. The monster funerals that we learned about in Undertale establish that when monsters die, they turn into dust, and that dust is then put on an object which inherits the essence of that monster. This was how Flowey inherited the memories and personality of Asriel, and given that Deltarune is all about mundane objects being brought to life, it seemed pretty likely that we would encounter a Darkner created from one of these objects imbued with a monster's essence. Furthermore, it seemed likely that such an entity would have power.
Okay, so I have a problem with like what's being shown on screen right now. Like, it's like, oh, you know, Dustners, so to speak, should have unique powers compared to other Darkners. However, the powers that Gerson is shown having is hitting you with hammers, which is something that like other non-Dust Darkners have definitely done more than. Like, Jevel's final attack is certainly a lot more cinematic than Gerson's final attack. There's the sparing enemies bit, which, first of all, just seems more like a gag than an actual, like, major lore hint. This is some huge foreshadowing. And I'm pretty sure that there's a line of dialogue that suggests that other enemies, or at least the water cooler and Miss Mizzle, can spare and recruit. Since, if I remember correctly, if you talk to Miss Mizzle about just recruit as one of the choices in the chat act, I believe it's the chat act, but if you do that, the game does suggest that Miss Mizzle is also capable of recruiting because she wants to recruit you, so showing Gerson being able to recruit enemies isn't anything special. Then there's him changing your soul color, which also Spamped and Neo can do, and the Sound of Justice enemy, which is not Gerson, can also do that, so I don't see the logic here. And then we have the one good point I think this makes, where he uses a, like, variation of Rude Buster, and Rude Buster is something that we've only seen Susie be able to use, who is a Lightner. That being said, the second reason I don't get why Jaru brings this up is because Ralsei does not demonstrate huge amounts of strength. He does one-shot the Sound of Justice, but that could also be because it's like a betrayal kill. Ralsei can spare and recruit, and Ralsei can't change your soul color or use anything similar to Rude Buster. So I just don't think this point makes sense, because the powers that it demonstrates Gerson using aren't really powers unique to Dustners, and also aren't powers that Ralsei has. Anyways, yeah, my final point here is just, this point confuses me.
And abilities that ordinary Darkners do not have, which brings us to Ralsei's unique powers. There's quite a lot to say on this front, but to keep it simple, Ralsei has a great deal of knowledge that no one else has, including about the prophecy and about the saving and loading mechanic. He has the ability to travel between dark worlds without the aid of a Lightner, and, most notably of all, he does not turn to stone no matter which dark world he is in.
These aren't really powers that he shares with Gerson. They could be derived from so many other things besides he's made of dust.
This is quite baffling, as Ralsei seems to actively violate pretty much every rule and limitation that has been established for Darkners thus far, which all but confirms that he is something special. This is made even more likely when you consider the parallels with Undertale.
Whoa, they're both sepia-toned intros. That wasn't the point I paused to make. It's just that I'm not sure why he brings up Ralsei's unique powers when these are not powers that Gerson shares. Like, especially not turning to stone in another dark world. Like, Ralsei can go into the first sanctuary and he can go into the second sanctuary. Gerson doesn't even turn to stone in the second sanctuary. He just doesn't appear.
Undertale. For those who aren't aware, Deltarune has been outright stated to be a parallel story to Undertale, which I have taken.
This is objectively true.
to mean that they will have both narrative and thematic parallels to one another. Now,
that is what he has taken to mean. That is not objective.
Now, that doesn't mean they are going to follow the exact same plot beats, but
even though the last Piles of Asriel's Dust theory essentially stated that they would follow the exact same, or at least extremely similar plot beats, such as sibling kills other sibling and absorbs soul.
It does mean that we will likely see remixes of familiar storylines. Case in point, the Dreamer family. Both games have the Dreamers adopting a human child, both games have the child growing up with Asriel, and both games have Asriel absent from the entire plot.
Alright, this is just like a clear example of Jaru's cherry picking and bias. So, he fails to mention that the child adopted is much younger than Asriel, and let me go back.
Growing up with Asriel, and both games have Asriel absent from the entire plot.
He says both games have Asriel absent from the entire plot, when for one of the games the entire plot isn't finished yet. Like, for all we know, Asriel could appear at the very beginning of Chapter 5, and I feel like that would even make narrative sense, so that's not like some major thing to suggest.
While a suspicious character with clear ties to Asriel takes his place. In case it weren't obvious, Ralse is a pretty clear parallel to Flowey. Both are neither human nor monster.
You know, I'm pretty sure there are like a whole lot of other people in this game who are neither human nor monster. And of those people, Ralse, like, yeah, I guess he looks the most like a monster. But again, Red Horn Headband is like one of the biggest contenders of this for a reason. He needs Asriel to be dead so he can justify not thinking of the meta elements of the narrative. Of course, you need something to distract from the looming presence of the player, don't you?
Both have inherited attributes of Asriel, both have far more knowledge of how their world works than anyone else, both introduce themselves before getting blasted with a fireball.
A fireball. This is a fireball. This is the Deltarune explosion gif. And Lancer. Are we calling Lancer a fireball? Are we calling all the other times the Deltarune explosion appears a fireball? This... I mean, come on. Love Jaru, but I don't get why he thinks like that. I mean, yeah. I really don't understand why he thinks that the player being part of Deltarune's character is, what did he call it? Throwing the narrative in a wood chipper?
And both accompany you throughout your journey. There are
Okay, again, this is just like, it points out the things that are there while just completely failing to point out the differences. Like, they both accompany you on your journey. Ralse is a party member. He helps you fight. He is in your party. He just helps you in general. Flowey stalks you. You can only see him by, like, backtracking in certain rooms. Like, they could not be more different.
Honestly even more connections than that, but you get the point. And given that we have...
I mean, considering all of the connections established so far aren't that great, I think we could use more connections than that, but sure.
A parallel to the Dreamer family, a parallel to Flowey, and a notable absence of Asriel, that very much inclines me to think that this story is...
There's another character who has a much more notable absence, I feel, but Jaru didn't even care about deaths until chapters 3 and 4, and considering where this theory ends up goes, I kind of wish that he never started caring about deaths.
Following a very similar path to the one we saw in Undertale. As such, I have every reason to believe that Asriel is secretly dead, and just like how his dust created Flowey in Undertale, his dust has now created Ralse in Deltarune. That's already quite a lot to digest, but Asriel's dust theory doesn't...
They're parallel stories, so they must be the same. Yes, just how, like, in Undertale, one of the major parts of the story is creating dark fountains. You know, we all know dark fountains in Undertale. They're very notable. We all know what I'm talking about, right?
And there. You see, while it's true that Asriel died in Undertale, something I glossed over was what happened immediately prior. In Undertale,
He got shot with, like, guns, I think.
Kara died first, and their soul was absorbed by Asriel. This transformed Asriel into an entity who was neither human nor monster, a creature simply described as a horrible beast of unfathomable power. As such, if the parallel holds true, then something very similar must have happened in Deltarune, and
If your definition of a parallel holds true, again, he has taken the parallel to mean a certain thing. Like, not everything has to be, like, a clear connection to Undertale.
given that Chris is still alive, that only leaves
They are?
one possibility. Instead of the human dying and being absorbed by their monster brother, the brother has died and
Or the secret second option. Neither of them have died.
has been absorbed by the human. And this is where the Asriel's dust theory really gets interesting. You see, not only do I think Asriel is secretly dead, that his dust created Ralsei, and that Chris has absorbed his soul, but I also think that all of this was foreshadowed all the way back in Undertale. In that game, we get quite a lot of lore about humans, monsters, and monsters who have absorbed a human soul. That makes sense, as the protagonist was human, the antagonists were monsters, and the main goal of the bad guys was to absorb our soul. However, there is one other type of entity that is only mentioned very, very briefly, and I don't think it's a coincidence that we learn almost nothing about them. I am, of course, referring to a human who has absorbed a monster soul.
I hate this point
This
so much.
type of entity is mentioned once in passing in Waterfall, and the only thing we learn about them is that such a creature has never existed because the only type of monster with souls that last long enough to be absorbed are boss monsters, and boss monsters are very rare. And
This seems more like world building and foreshadowing for the end of Undertale. Because if I remember correctly, the whole reason that boss monsters are the only, like, monsters that you can absorb the soul of is to give you an excuse that, like, you have to kill Asgore to cross the barrier. You can't just kill any other monster. And it's also to give the humans a quote-unquote reason to lock the monsters in the underground. It's because the monsters would have a far easier time absorbing human souls than the humans would have absorbing monster souls.
that's it. That's all we know about a human who has absorbed a monster's soul. We don't know what powers they would get, we don't know if the boss monster would have some degree of control over the human body, and we don't know how that human would change or evolve as a result of gaining this power. Remember that when Asriel absorbed Kara's soul, he became powerful enough to wipe out an entire village with ease. So presumably a human who absorbs a monster's soul should be altered in an equally radical way. But that's purely hypothetical because we are never given any hard details, and I think that was intentional. I think Toby Fox knew that if he explained this type of entity in too much detail, it would become obvious that we have met such an entity with...
Okay. So this, like, piece of evidence baffles me. Because it's saying, yes, something similar to a monster getting a human soul could result from a human getting a monster soul. But we don't know if that's what happens, so with zero evidence, this is what I'm going to believe happens instead. Like, it is assuming that what you want to happen is what happens without any evidence to assume that. Like, both of those fusions result in, like, a human and monster soul combined. They should have some similarities, even if one has a monster body and the other has a human body.
Those exact attributes. I am, of course, talking about Chris. You see, much like Ralsei, Chris has powers and abilities that no other human or monster has ever demonstrated. The most obvious of these being how Chris can, completely casually, rip out their own soul. They can then...
Alright, this gets into one of the biggest problems with Jaro theories, assuming that, like, every bit of lore between Undertale and Deltarune is the same. Like, we can see that there are bits of lore that are clearly different. Like, again, this is a huge problem that I have with these theories of his. And they're like, hey, at least one monster bleeds in Deltarune. Monsters can't use magic outside of the Dark World in Deltarune. Those points alone should be enough to create drastic differences between their universes. And it shouldn't let you just take any piece of lore from Undertale and apply it to Deltarune.
And toss the soul aside and go off on their own. This may weaken Chris to some extent, but the fact remains that they are somehow able to survive without a soul in their body. That's pretty impressive considering how everything we know about souls says that doing this should be impossible.
Fun fact, I do believe there's a book about souls in the library in Deltarune. And if I remember correctly, it says that the people in the Deltarune universe do not know as much about souls, which leaves ample room for them to operate completely differently to how they do in Undertale.
Back in Undertale, it was established that removing the soul of a living monster would not only require a godlike level of power, but extracting that soul would also kill the monster that it belonged to. This
is problematic because even if we assume that Undertale's lore, Deltarune's lore operates like the exact same, this is talking about monsters, not humans. So, completely different.
Of course, was...
Like, in Undertale, we know that monsters' bodies are, like, made up of magic, where human bodies are made up of human body stuff, like water and organs.
Foreshadowing how Flowey could only steal the souls of all the monsters in the underground after he had absorbed the 6 human souls.
Yes, it is. That is what it's foreshadowing for. It doesn't, however, need to be foreshadowing for a completely separate game that was released years later.
In other words, it took Omega Flowey's near infinite levels of power to steal the souls of monsters. And I'm gonna be real with you, I don't think Chris is packing that kind of heat. Of course, you could argue that Chris can do this because maybe human souls are just easier to remove than monster souls, but I don't
did. That isn't the only thing I used to argue against that.
Think that makes sense. Humans are repeatedly stated to have stronger bodies and stronger souls than monsters, which should make their soul...
I think them having stronger bodies is what allows them to not instantly die when their soul gets removed.
More difficult to steal, not easier. Case in point, there's no explicit moment in either of Asriel's boss fights where he even tries to steal Frisk's soul while they are still alive, implying that it simply wasn't an option. And if not even a god with infinite power could steal Frisk's soul...
Yes, this could be an option, and this at least has more credibility than other things he's brought up. However, for the fight against Omega Flowey, there are, well, other reasons he could want to not just remove your soul outright. It's because, I mean, he's relishing in looking like a horrifying monster who's trying to kill you. I think he wants to kill you in a gory fashion. He says himself that he's gonna rip you to bloody pieces. And in the Asriel fight, he doesn't want the game between you and him to end. Both of those have clear reasons where he doesn't just want to end the fight instantly. Also, sans the Undertale 121, I'm not entirely sure what you are referring to with "this is true." There's like a bit of lag between the live stream and what ends up getting broadcast to other people.
Then it seems somewhat dubious that an ordinary human would be able to do this so casually. Now, to be clear, it is well established that human souls can persist outside the...
I mean, to be fair, it's not casually. Chris puts in great effort to remove their soul.
...human body, as that is the core crux of Asgore's soul.
Even if it's not, like, god-like power, they do, like, have to violently rip the soul out of their chest while screaming. I feel this is clearly at least taking some amount of effort from them.
Stealing plan in Undertale. However, there is no evidence that the soul can be removed without killing the human it originally belonged to. That's why Kara had to orchestrate their own death in order to grant
Different game, different rules.
Asriel access to their soul. They couldn't simply pop it out of their chest and hand it over the way Chris does. In short, given what we know, neither humans nor monsters should be able to remove their souls without extreme levels of power, and even if they managed it, they definitely shouldn't be able to survive without a soul in their body. That means Chris can't be a normal human. That means Chris must be more than a human. That means Chris must have absorbed a boss monster's soul.
So, if you take a look at Chris's stats menu, you will notice that they do not have anywhere close to extremely huge godlike powers. They have like 10 attack, 10 defense. And I think that Chris has 0 attack, 0 defense. But that's just what's listed on the stats menu, because I believe if you actually go into the game files, you will notice that they do actually have 10 attack, 10 defense. So we don't really notice that much of a difference between small child and teenager in terms of stats. They also have the same HP. And most importantly, Chris has 0 EXP. If these universes are operating the exact same like Jaru suggests, then I think Chris should get something from killing their brother.
But wait, there's even more. You
no.
see, in addition to providing a convenient explanation for Chris and Rousseau's strange powers, while simultaneously paying off a bunch of foreshadowing from Undertale, this theory also answers a
foreshadowing which is already paid off in Undertale.
Question that has been plaguing the Deltarune community for years. Ever since Chris created that dark fountain, we have been asking ourselves, why? Why would Chris, who clearly cares a great deal about their friends and family, risk the destruction of the world?
We have an answer for this now.
They were there for Rousseau's speech. They know that dark fountains can cause an apocalypse. So why are they doing this? What is Chris's motivation for teaming up with the mayor and the Roaring Knight? The answer, I think, is Asriel.
You sure it's not Des? You sure it's not Des, buddy?
The single strongest motivator that anyone can have is love. And
every knight candidate theory I've seen, except for this one, I think, has the logic that even if the knight is not Des, they are motivated by Des in some way. Asriel's looking for his girlfriend / friend. Carol / Rudy looking for their lost daughter. And it's like, oh no, it's actually all Asriel. He died like a couple months ago, and that set the entire plot into motion.
And Chris undeniably loves their family, especially Asriel. If something happened and Asriel was suddenly...
Yeah, they also very much look up to Des, as, like, subtly hinted at through text in the game, although I guess this was too subtle for Jaru, due to the conclusion he comes to later in this video.
Killed, then there would be few people more motivated to resurrect him than Chris. They would likely even be willing to work with unsavory characters like the mayor and the knight if it meant bringing their brother back. And given that dark fountains are capable of temporarily resurrecting Lighteners, as we see with the old man, then it makes sense that Chris would believe that this same power has the potential to fully resurrect Asriel.
Another big issue with this, at least relating to the Rouse bit, the game seems to show that Gerson behaves as he did when he was alive, since at the very least he behaves similarly to how he did in Undertale. However, the game does not at all show Rouse acting like someone else. In fact, it seems to show him acting like no one, like not having an identity outside of being one of the heroes from the prophecy, and assisting the Lighteners is a major part of Rouse's character. So how does him being Asriel as well tie into this? In fact, how does it explain it at all? Those two things do not seem to be compatible.
That said, there is a pretty major issue here that lots of people have pointed out. Namely, if Asriel is dead, then why is Chris the only one who knows about it? Even if this theory is true and Asriel really did die, why would Chris keep that fact a secret? Toriel and Asgore clearly think Asriel is away at college, which means Chris would have had to have found a way to trick their parents into thinking that Asriel is still alive, which seems like a lot of unnecessary hassle. Why not simply tell the truth and get assistance in your plan? The townspeople clearly adore Asriel, so you can bet that at least a few of them would be down for helping Chris with this scheme. So, I ask again, why keep up the illusion that Asriel is just away at college? Well, there are two main reasons I can think of for why Chris would do this, with one being thematic while the other is more practical. On a thematic level, I think Deltarune is heavily focused on the idea of obsession with the past and not wanting to let things go.
Yes, it does. You know who this could be better applied to? Des, who went missing years ago.
For example, the king's obsession with the past filled his heart with hatred. Spamton wants to return to his glory days as a big shot. Asgore wants to go back to when Toriel loved him. Noelle wants to go back to when her dad and sister were okay. Susie wants the past few days to just repeat indefinitely. And Chris, I think, wants to go back to the days when their family wasn't broken. By keeping Asriel's death a secret, Chris can maintain their delusional dream of restoring things to how they once were. As for the practical reason for hiding Asriel's fate, I think Chris blames themselves for their brother's death. Whether it really was their fault or not, if Chris believes Asriel died because of something Chris did, then...
Another major problem I have with this theory, there are a lot of hints in the game that seem to Chris having some major traumatic event happen to them in their past. And obviously, outside of a fictional sense, someone could have something horrible happen to them and then have something completely different that's also horrible happen to them years later. But if you are writing a story, you wouldn't want to be like, oh yes, this character has one traumatic event and then another traumatic event that is separate, and it is barely connected with the first. Like, this just seems like messy writing. From everything we see about the egg stuff, it seems like the egg stuff is, like, connected to Des, and it's one event.
And that would heavily discourage them from telling their friends and family the truth. Remember that Chris has spent their whole life living in Asriel's shadow. Asriel was the popular firstborn child of the Dreamer household, while Chris was weird, quiet, and the only human in a town of monsters. I don't think it's a stretch to say that Chris has developed some pretty major insecurities regarding their identity, their place in the hometown, and even their place in the Dreamer family. And because of all that self-doubt, I think Chris has convinced themselves that they can never let anyone know what they did. In Chris's mind, if it ever came to light that they had a hand in Asriel's death, then everyone, including their parents, would hate them forever. This mindset also explains why Chris insists on keeping their activities hidden from their own soul. Why would they do this unless they knew that the soul would object to whatever Chris was planning?
When we're controlling Chris, they can probably get a rough idea of what we want to do, and considering that we seal fountains, and Chris has opened at least one fountain, those seem like motives that are separate. So I can think of that reason to show why Chris wants to hide what they're doing from us.
Soul just represented the player, then this wouldn't make sense, as Chris knows nothing about us. But if the soul contains Asriel, then it all clicks into place. Chris knows that Asriel would be completely opposed to them meddling with these dark fountains. Asriel may not be thrilled about being dead, but he has always been a very ethical person. As a result, just like when he
Explain the weird route, genius.
refused to let Kara destroy humanity, Asriel wouldn't.
This was still a problem in the Chapter 2 era. The weird route is clearly shown to not be ethical.
Ever allow Chris to risk the destruction of the world, even if it meant bringing him back to life. That, I think, is why Chris does their best to keep the soul in the dark.
Here's another thing. This theory states that Asriel's soul has fused with Chris's soul, and that is why they hide their activities from it when they rip their soul out. So if that is the case, and simultaneously Chris having Asriel's soul is what allows them to not die after ripping their own soul out, those two things don't line up. They are ripping both Asriel's and their own soul out, if this theory is to be believed. So, presumably, they should still die. That is, if both Undertale and Deltarune go by the same logic, which they almost certainly do not.
They won't let anyone, not even Asriel, stand in the way of the restoration of their family. And that is more or less the entirety of my original theory. To briefly summarize, Asriel being dead and their soul being absorbed by Chris provides a payoff for Undertale's foreshadowing, an explanation of how Ralsei and Chris came to possess such unique powers, while also providing insight into why Chris would do what they do. Needless to say, I have always been quite fond of this theory, and while it has certainly received some backlash over the years, I've stood by this conclusion through thick and thin. No matter what Toby Fox threw our way, I felt confident that Asriel's dust would stand the test of time.
The reason he felt confident is because he was already ignoring the evidence against this that Toby Fox had already thrown our way. Any theory can be crafted if you only pay attention to the stuff that works for the theory and ignore everything that goes against it.
Which makes it all the more unfortunate that chapters 3 and 4 have caused some catastrophic issues for Asriel's dust, and those issues have forced me to reevaluate everything I thought I knew about Deltarune.
Okay, so before we move further, I'd just like to point out the flaws that were always there with the theory, and mention if he addresses them or not, and the flaws that appeared with the theory after chapters 3 and 4 released. So for the old flaws, we have Rousey and Chris going on a swan boat ride, which was not remotely addressed. You know, seems pretty weird if they're supposed to be siblings. There are differences between logic of Undertale and Deltarune. Once again, as we've seen so far, not even remotely addressed. The horrible choice of having an Asriel an Asriel trauma spectrum, once again, not even remotely addressed. Not addressed in deaths. Oh yeah, I'll get to this quote of his when, I guess, he says the quote. We have Rousey having an identity separate from Asriel, which I wrote maybe, sorta, not really, as to whether he addresses it or not. The weird route, we'll get to that shortly, I suppose. And the strange logic regarding Asriel's soul, sort of addressed, I think. And the entire murder scene, as Jaru says, this theory is gel knife free. And as for the new flaws, there are Gerson boom inconsistencies, which I believe we will get to very shortly. Even more death stuff to ignore. This, if you've watched the theory, you see where it goes. Chris's past trauma is addressed messily, and the clear differences that the game points out between Rousey and Asriel, nope, why would he ever address that?
Before we discuss the actual issues that these chapters have raised for my theory, let's first quickly debunk a couple things that people thought would kill my theory, but don't actually impact it at all. First are these piles of dust in the TV world. This may shock those of you who've never watched the original theory and only know about it from the memes, but these dust piles never mattered. They were an afterthought in the original video, and them appearing in the TV world has no impact on my theory whatsoever. Also, even if these piles did matter, the two places that they show up are both heavily associated with Asriel.
Okay, so this first thing, yeah, if it wasn't what the whole theory was riding on, then just it not being evidence just ships away a bit of the theory. Although, that's making it sound like the theory was good when chapters 2 and 1 were the only ones out. Why did I say it reversed like that? Why did I do that?
As one is where Rousey is found, and the other is the place that Asriel lived. And no, just because his dust appears in two places doesn't mean he died in both places.
Okay, well, I feel like Asriel would have probably gone to the computer lab quite a bit as well. And he was in the choir, wasn't he? Hello, MQ Turge. Is that how you pronounce your username? Thank you for joining. Alright, read the message. I'm paying attention. I was fully expecting you to say something insightful. Freedom's just a fun number of phantasm for big shots about the world revolving. And Rousey is a darkener. Thanks. Oh, that got me so good.
Monsters shed their hair all over the place, and hair turns into dust over...
Again, if they seemingly shed their hair all over the place, their hair should be at practically every dark world. We had a theory that Rousey was a goner, but now he directly said, I am a darkener. Yep. And... capitalized and...
time. So these piles being here genuinely means nothing for my theory or the game in general. The second not-so-smoking gun came in Chapter 4 with this line from Rousey.
Your brother has a very special attack. Alright, calling this a not-so-smoking gun is huge cope. the mental gymnastics Jari was able to do, simply incredible.
Now, this scene is notable as it's the first time that the concept of a Darkner made from someone's dust has been discussed in any way. However, the idea that it somehow debunks Asriel's dust theory is completely nonsensical. The people citing this as a smoking gun are arguing that it proves Ralsei couldn't be made from Asriel's dust, as these types of Darkners can't appear in other dark worlds, whereas Ralsei has obviously appeared in every dark world.
Yes, that is, I think, what people are arguing.
However, not only is it Ralsei saying this, who obviously would be happy to lie in order to protect.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think lying is something Ralsei does that much compared to just leaving out parts of the truth. Like, when he first explains the prophecy to us, like, he does mention the roaring, and earth crack with fear, all that, but he doesn't put major emphasis on it until the absolute last minute. So, lying isn't really something he does. And again, this is an example of him only telling you, oh yeah, these Darkners can only appear sometimes. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna read that chat message, but thanks. What? So, I mean, yeah, I guess I've heard worse theories about what Ralsei is. So, yeah, just claiming like, oh yeah, this line that is written right here is actually just blatant misinformation. Like, I don't really think that Tony is that tricky, if you know what I'm saying.
Chris, but also, if you look at his exact wording, it becomes obvious that this line is designed to mislead players. Ralsei specifically says Darkners patterned after the memory of a loved one tend to only appear in very specific darknesses. Emphasis on tend.
There's no emphasis on tend besides the glowing yellow text that you turned it into. I believe that what this is foreshadowing is Gerson appearing to help you out with the Titan. Because when you open the door, between the first and third sanctuaries, I think Ralsei says something like, oh, the night's two fountains. That dark world must be made of a similar darkness to the first world. And Susie just says, like, oh, it's only similar, you know? Like, it's only similar, so Gerson can't appear. Like, that's how specific dark worlds have to be for Dustners to appear, apparently. Like, according to Ralsei at least, he doesn't think that Gerson is in either of those dark worlds either. Which is what the Tend is for. Because when he shows up to fight the Titan, it's a slightly less specific darkness than the exact same dark world, but it's still a dark world made by the same person. Better theory? Okay, I'll hear it. Now, if we look at the dark worlds Ralsei has showed up in, he has appeared in Castletown. We do not know who created Castletown. Appeared in the chapters 1, the Card Kingdom, Cyber World, and Third Sanctuary. Or Card Kingdom, Cyber World, and First Sanctuary, which are all very likely created by the Knight. He has appeared in TV World, which is created by Chris. He has appeared in Third Sanctuary, which is all but confirmed to have been created by the Knight, and he appears in the Second Sanc, which is not created by the Knight. It's created by Susie, whose Dark World is wildly different from every other Dark World we've seen. So in Undertale, Asriel's dust is in the golden flowers, and because it is pressed with determination, it came alive and became flowy. But, capital but, Hi, I'm Toby Fox. I think that determination from Undertale and Darkness have similarities. Fair. Hi, I'm Toby Fox, creator of Undertale. I'm watching Deltarune streams to see what the community is up to, says definitely real Toby Fox. Okay, that's really funny. Alright, I'll continue paying attention to chat while watching the video.
That word alone throws the entire sentiment into doubt, and also makes it pretty clear to me that this line was specifically designed to throw players off the scent regarding Rousey's true nature. And the best part is,
there are like no players except for you who are supposedly on the scent of Rousey's true nature.
this trick 100% worked, as every single person who quoted this line at me has, without fail...
It does say specific darkness. I'm looking at the screen right now, and it do say that.
Misquoted it. That's right. When people reference this line...
Biggest stretch of the century? Yeah, using this to justify calling this a not too smoking gun is just crazy. Also, by the way, Toby Fox music, who is definitely the real Toby Fox, can you tell me if Friend Inside Me is in Chapter 5? I would like to fight Woody, please. If Friend Inside Me is not in Chapter 5, can you make Friend Inside Me in Chapter 5? So yeah, the whole darkness and determination connection, like, I think this makes a lot of sense. Like, determination in Undertale is what allows you to save. Determination in Deltarune is what allows you to create dark fountains. I mean, especially with the save points in Deltarune, there's nothing tying determination to those save points. Determination is instead tied to darkness, and also the shadow crystals, I think, based on that one Sham line that was leaked. I saw, like, some mock-up of, like, what that Deltarune text, tease thing felt like, and it was like 3 random inconsequential lines, like, oh Chris, let's go throw rocks at moving trains. And then there was one like, Father Alvin, yes, it is true, I am the Roaring Knight. The Black Knife was given to me by W.D. Gaster.
They always conveniently forget to include the word tend. Now, to be clear, that isn't because...
I mean, Legend of Hopes, Legend of Dreams, like, this logic makes sense to me.
People are trying to lie or spread misinformation, quite the opposite.
Chad, I think the real Toby Fox left. I will never find out if Friend Inside Me is Chapter 5 or not. Until, like, half a year to a year, I guess.
They're saying this because they think it's true, and they think it's true because they have been subtly manipulated into thinking that all darkness made from monster dust can only appear in certain dark worlds, when in reality that isn't what Rousey is saying at all. Gotta give my kudos to Toby Fox, as he has masterfully misled the community with this line.
I think I remember seeing some comment under this video that was like, everything that works for this theory is perfect evidence. Everything that goes against it is just tricky Tony misdirection.
Also conveniently leaving the door open for my theory to remain true.
Oh yeah,
that's it for all the false smoking guns, which means we can now talk about the stuff that...
False smoking guns, he says, with a line that was likely written just to try to get people to believe in this theory less. Like, I'm not saying it's confirmed, but if Toby knows about this theory, there is a chance that he added some of those lines in just to try to get people to stop believing in this incestuous-ass theory.
Actually causes issues for my theory. The first two...
You know what? This theory is going to be false, because my real theory is Toby Fox changes Deltarune over and over. I feel like I might have heard some people actually suggest that before. Just, like, he's not a Scott Cawthon type writer, and I'm really glad that he isn't. Like, every copy of the Deltarunes is personalized. Yeah, actually, Rouse didn't say Darkners tend to appear in specific darknesses if they're patterned after memories of loved ones in my copy of Deltarune. He actually said, I'm not Rouse, but I'm Asriel.
Two notable problems I'd like to discuss are the Roaring Night and December Holiday.
Okay, I really don't want to shit on his desk design. I just think that it's a little funny how it just looks like Carol if, like, she was angrier and I think shorter. Look, art is subjective. I'm not gonna shit on it. It does make me giggle just a little bit.
Prior to the release of chapters 3 and 4, I was able to integrate these two characters into my theories without stepping on the toes of Asriel's dust. But
Chapter 5 will be out on 2026 and I'll give you one better. Chapter 3 and 4, they will release June 4th, 2025. His desk design is so close to what fan art is, but with Carol's face. I mean, yeah, I don't entirely see the logic. I think all of the holidays will have different face designs because, like, I don't think Noelle's face looks like Rudy's or Carol's besides being a reindeer. These totally real spoilers kind of reminds me of a Twitter account or something called Legit Deltarune Leaks. It was just like, Lancer may appear in the new chapters. What else was there? Like, the batter from Off will not appear in the newest Deltarune chapters. That kind of stuff.
But unfortunately, that is no longer the case. At the time, I thought the Roaring Night was a Darkner created from Gerson's dust. And while I was right that such a character existed, I was wrong that they were the Roaring Night. As for December, I largely assumed that she was going to be the Gaster of Deltarune.
This is like a quote like saying, oh yeah, it's the Chernobyl of Ukraine. Like, dog, I'm pretty sure Chernobyl is in Ukraine, and I'm pretty sure Gaster is in Deltarune. But that's just a theory.
Which is to say that I thought she was going to be nothing more than a mysterious, tragic background character trapped in the code who is largely irrelevant to the main plot.
I'm sorry,
however,
even in chapters
after
1 and 2, that's a crazy take. Yeah, I think Gaster is the Gaster of Deltarune, and Des is the Des of Deltarune. And also Noelle's secret cousin, Rory Knight.
More and more focus on Des in chapters 3 and 4, combined with the Roaring Knight's sword briefly looking like this.
Wow, too much evidence for even Jaru to discredit? That's crazy.
And it has become pretty clear that December is far more central to Deltarune's main story than I had previously expected. And that's not even touching on the fact that the mayor, who keeps the code to the shelter inside December's...
Wow, yeah. Yeah, her face is basically just Des's fan design that he made. Women can't be relevant in the Jaruverse. I mean, yeah, like, I don't know how many of you are coming from the Andrew Cunningham Discord, but, like, I shared my stream link there in the subsection of the Lore Pit channel, which is called Piles of Asriel's Misogyny, I think. So, yeah, that's kind of how people feel about the Jaruverse. Also, I think I put the Piles of Asriel's Misogyny on my thumbnail.
His guitar almost certainly is scheming to bring her daughter back to life. Now, I don't know for certain that resurrecting Des is Carol's main motivation, but...
at the very least, I feel like it's more likely than resurrecting Asriel.
It does seem extremely likely given everything we know. And with all this drama surrounding the Holiday family, it starts to become increasingly unclear what role Asriel's dust is meant to play in this story. But wait, it gets worse. You see, while the Roaring Night and December Holiday have introduced some pretty tricky complications, none of that compares to the absolute devastation that was unleashed on my Asriel's dust theory by the Snowgrave route. As you are all likely aware, the Weird route in Chapter 4 has some of the most shocking content we have ever seen in a Toby Fox game. We quite literally...
With where his theory ends up for the Weird route, I am genuinely shocked that this actually got him to change his mind about Asriel still possessing Chris's soul. Like, that, it doesn't make sense for the Weird route, and it doesn't make sense in general, but at the very least, I feel like it would make a little bit more sense with whatever the fuck he ends up suggesting around the 55-minute mark of this video, or whatever it is.
See the soul possess Chris, transform their physical appearance, and pursue...
That's just a lighting change, dude.
Some sort of terrifying plan involving Noelle. This sequence is then followed by Chris kicking the ever-living hell out of the soul, to the point that their HP is reduced to half by the end of the scene. This is...
Side note, I love how, like, after this scene, Asgore gives Chris a hot chocolate that I think it conveniently says that it heals 10 HP, but then when you actually use it, it only heals 1 HP. Like, I love it when, like, gameplay is tied to the story in ways like that, although apparently Jaru doesn't. Bro thinks the lighting change is diegetic, but player isn't. That is a great point.
Is, without hyperbole, the worst thing to ever happen to Asriel's dust theory.
I would argue that the worst thing to ever happen to it is all the evidence against it that already existed when it came out, but go on.
Why? Well, for someone like me who believes that the soul is being controlled by Asriel, this is completely confounding. Why on earth would Asriel have these machinations for Noelle? Why would Asriel's influence cause Chris's hair to turn red? And worst of all, why would Chris viciously attack Asriel after this scene
Their hair
concludes?
is red because
Remember,
they're evil.
Asriel's dust theory relies on the idea that Chris's primary motivation is love for their brother. So them attacking the soul like this just doesn't make sense. This scene brings into sharp relief, at least for me, just how antagonistic the relationship is between Chris and the soul. Of course,
Like it wasn't obvious before? Is ripping their soul out and throwing it in a birdcage not enough?
they've been hinting at this from the start, what with Chris always violently throwing the soul into various cages, but I guess I just didn't appreciate the significance of that until now.
Well, makes you wonder what else Jaru might not be appreciating the significance of.
Truth is, even if Chris's main motivation is to save a loved one, that loved one cannot be in this soul. Chris simply hates the soul too much for that to make sense. In short, the increased complexity of the Roaring Night conspiracy, the increased significance of December in the narrative, and the clear hatred Chris has for this soul all combine together to convince me that Asriel simply cannot be inside of this red heart. It pains me to say this, but the Asriel's dust theory, in its original form, cannot function any longer. Rest in peace, Asriel's dust. You were too beautiful
the Dark
for
Fountain
this
doesn't
world.
revive it.
Wait a second.
Oh, no,
What's
like this, no!
The power of the Dark Fountain. It's bringing the theory back to life. Could it be? No, it is. It's Asriel's Dust 2.0. Oh my god. That's right, I'm not giving up that easily. Did you really think I would abandon my beloved Asriel's Dust without a fight? Hell no. We may have taken a licking, but we're gonna keep on ticking.
Personally, I don't think that's the best mindset to have with theories. Like, I think if a theory gets, like, basically completely killed with new, like, chapters of Deltarune, it pretty clearly shows your bias when you're like, oh no, but it can't die yet, let me find some new evidence for it and make up some new evidence for it. Like, in the Chapter 2 era, I was a Papyrus Knight believer. This is because there was very little evidence for basically anything, and, like, I didn't think Chris Knight was true, especially towards the end, because I thought, oh, this just seems like a huge red herring. And I didn't really find a connection with other Knight candidates, because, like, the one that's most likely to be true right now, Death Knight, didn't have that much evidence in the Chapter 1 and 2 era. Like, there was some, but just not enough, especially compared to what we got. Like, I think I might have heard Knight, you know, like the random enemy from Undertale, being proposed that was the Knight, but I don't seem to remember Death Knight theories that well, even though I do believe they existed. Therefore, I decided to believe Papyrus Knight because it was cool. Now that the new chapters are out, I could continue to latch onto my belief and say, oh, the Knight has a body similar to Papyrus, and other pieces of evidence that I can't exactly remember because, yeah, that's about it. But no, I don't do that. I see all the evidence for Death Knight and possibly other Knight candidates, and now I'm a firm Death Knight believer.
As any good theory crafter would do, I saw the flaws in my theory and I adapted. I went back to the drawing board, looked at all the evidence, and formulated a new...
And I did not look at a single thing that was contradicting this theory.
New version of Asriel's Dust that is bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. This new Asriel's Dust theory not only explains Chris and Rousey, but also explains the Roaring Night, December holiday, and most importantly of all, the true identity of the entity inside of this soul. Without further ado, let's dive in. First off, let's cover everything that I think is still true from the original Asriel's Dust theory. I still think Asriel is dead, I still think his dust created Rousey, I still think Chris blames himself for Asriel's death, and I still think that resurrecting Asriel is Chris's primary motivation for teaming up with the Mayor and the Roaring Knight. I sadly no longer think Chris absorbed Asriel's soul, however, I do still think that Chris's soul has been altered by a key event, and that this event is responsible for Chris becoming possessed and acquiring these superhuman powers. And now that we've got the old stuff out of the way, let's talk about the new stuff. Starting with the true identity of the Roaring Knight. Now, for those who aren't aware, the most popular theory regarding the Roaring Knight is that they are December holiday, mostly because their sword looks like a baseball bat when they initially summon it, and Des is known to be missing. However, right from...
So those are the only points of Death Knight evidence he named. I'm not fully convinced that he understands Death Knight, because, like, holy shit, there's so much more than that. There's a reason this is the one that I believe in, and that there's a reason that this is the most popular one.
From the get-go, I've never believed that December was the true Roaring Knight. After all, just because a theory is popular doesn't mean it's true, as evidenced by the fact that Chris being the Roaring Knight was the previous most popular theory.
What? Alright. I suppose I have a lot to say about this. So, to start off, Death Knight does seem more popular than Chris Knight. Even though I think Chris Knight was probably the most popular one, if you look at... Because, like, there wasn't that much evidence for the Knight, it was less like every Knight candidate versus every other Knight candidate, and more like Chris Knight versus not Chris Knight. And I think that not Chris Knight was more popular than Chris Knight. Death Knight, on the other hand, like... Okay, this is gonna sound like a weird point to make. But, like, I consumed quite a bit of Deltarune fan content. Like, fan games, fan animations, that sort of stuff. I don't think I can name a single one where, like, it had the Knight who... and the Knight was Chris. Now, those probably do exist. However, compare that to Death Knight. Now, there's, like, a Deltarune fan game I played a bit ago called Asgore Truck Simulator. It is what it sounds like. And it involves you, like, trying to run over Des, and when you do that, Des turns into the Roaring Knight and then tries to fight you. That is an example of a fan game with Death Knight. It is not, like, the only example of a fan game animation or whatever to, like, have, like, Death Knight in it. The reason I'm bringing this up is because Death Knight is so popular and so highly likely that while before, people knew that, like, their Knight candidate wasn't likely enough to be fully confident in. For this, people who are even more confident than me are just saying, hey, I'm setting all of this up on I think Des is the Knight. And I don't think people would be doing that if Death Knight was less likely. And also, like, he only brings up Chris and Death Knight here as, oh yeah, they're both popular, so they're both going to be wrong. But, like, you know, other theories I think were popular. I think it was a pretty popular theory that the Chapter 4 Dark World was going to take place in the church. And I think it was even more popular theory that the Chapter 3 Dark World was going to be in Chris's house. So, this is just horrible. I'm sorry.
I didn't think Chris was the Roaring Knight then, and I don't think Des is the Roaring Knight now. No, instead, I have a much juicier idea that parallels Undertale in a far more convincing way. But
yes, because apparently Deltarune should have all the same plot beats as Undertale. Like, I think Well, I'll let him get to his point first.
Before I reveal my theory, go ahead and leave a comment down below guessing who... Before I reveal my theory, go ahead and leave a comment down below guessing who you think I'm going to say is the Roaring Knight. Or, if you want, you could just leave a comment saying who you think the Roaring Knight is. Pause the video now if you would like to comment.
I think it's Walter White. Yeah, it's Walter.
Got it written down? Okay,
no, I don't.
Cool. Without further ado, I think the Roaring Knight is none other...
Jack Black. Some tweet or something I saw that had Jack Black's image appear before he finished his sentence, quoting it. It's funny.
Then Asriel Dreamer. But wait, I could hear you say, isn't Asriel supposed to be dead? How can he be the Roaring Knight and be Rousey and be dead? The answer, my dear viewers, is that Deltarune is Kingdom Hearts. What do I mean?
Jesse, we need to bring the Roaring. Make the friendly rambling cat from the Penumbra Nights. Alright. So I find it really funny that he explains this with a Kingdom Hearts comparison, because from what I've heard, I have not played Kingdom Hearts, but from what I've heard, like, the general opinion is that Kingdom Hearts' plot is confusing and convoluted. So yeah, this definitely has to be good.
Well, remember, a monster is made up of two things, a soul and a body. Asriel's body turned into dust and became the Darkner that we know as Ralsei, but his soul went on to become the abomination that we know
Hey, don't be mean.
as the Roaring Night.
Ignore all the unfriendly criticism I've said in the last hour, 20 minutes.
Now, exactly what process allowed Asriel's soul to endure and also transformed him into this terrifying creature, I don't know. Maybe the power of the Dark World can transform souls.
He doesn't know.
Maybe Asriel's soul was absorbed by a Titan spawn,
yeah, maybe
which
a
would
darkness
explain why he
fetus ate
shares their monochrome appearance. Or maybe Gaster did it. I don't
Gaster did it. It was Gaster, that's the best we got. I think he's, like, so scared of being criticized for the whole Jello knife murder scene that he just does not want to get specific here.
know. Whatever the case, something happened, and the end result was that his soul became the Night. And there's...
Yeah, they both have statically hurt animations. I think that's more of a thing, like, because they're both heavily related to darkness. Like, it's obvious that the Night is not, like, just some normal lightener.
Actually quite a lot of evidence to back this up. Firstly are their designs. As far as weapons go, Asriel and the Knight are the only major villains to wield a sword.
Asriel uses his sword for, like, 2 attacks. The Knight's sword is, like... It's, like, one of the biggest parts of its design. Its battle theme is named after its sword. I'd rather he get specific so we can see... So you can see how bad this area is. Yeah, I'd love to see some crazy shit like Asriel's soul was absorbed by the Jello knife, which is why the Knight's theme is Black Knife. It's because the Jello knife is a knife that went into a dark world and became black. That's entertaining, and also it's complete bullshit.
And when you compare the two, you realize they're actually pretty similar.
Shut up. What? What? Alright, so let's see. So this one has this little like waffle iron looking thing on it. This one doesn't. It's also got this interesting hook shape to it, which this one does not have. This one's like basically symmetrical, if not entirely symmetrical. There's a big eye on the sword that this one does not have. It looks like it might have a little gem in the hilt, I suppose. And then this one's like hilt shape design thing is, you know, quite pronounced, while this is very small and the sword is the main focus. So, yeah, this is, like, awful. He says that they are similar, but Asriel's sword is a saber, while the Knight's sword is always called a knife. It clearly looks more like a dagger. I mean, yeah, it's just... He's genuinely just trying his very hardest to cherry-pick evidence from everything he can see, without stopping to consider all the evidence against it.
With both blades having exaggerated features and a large eye or gem in the middle.
Ooh, can they both cut stuff too? Also found this during editing. Yeah, this is actually better. I will give it that. That being said, it's unused. And it has been unused for a very long time. But you know what? I will give him this. This is fair enough evidence. Certainly not enough to get through the mountains of Death Knight evidence, but sure. Sure, go off.
Both characters also shoot at you with projectiles, which...
Both of these projectiles are also called stars in the code. Yeah, they're also just both clearly stars. I feel like that's a better comparison to make. And also, you know who else shoots projectiles at you? Fucking Final Frogget. Shadow Guy. They both the Knight? I could see it. Well, I couldn't, but might make a more convincing argument than this.
Then split into smaller projectiles, and both also...
I paused at the wrong time. Okay, hang on, I'm trying to think of other stuff that, like, Jevel's Chaos Bombs. There you go. Those are projectiles that split into smaller projectiles.
Utilize an attack.
Unused content is not canon unless it's unused capitalized. I think you're referring to, like, the unused voice in the code. Not entirely sure, but yeah.
Where they fly into the center of the screen and suck up a bunch of geometric shapes.
Again, I feel like because Des and Asriel were heavily implied to be so close, a lot of pieces of Asriel Knight evidence just work better as Des Knight evidence. Like, yeah, both their battle themes have, like, well, Des's, or the Knight's theme, has a bit that sounds like Burn and Despair, which is one of Asriel's battle themes. And they both have this Hypergoner-like attack. Well, this is just the Hypergoner. But yeah, again, I feel like a lot of this evidence would just work better as Death Knight evidence. Also, the Knight has some attacks that Sans has as well, so are we implying that the Knight is Sans?
Also, take a close look at these two projectiles. They both have this white diamond in the center and are then surrounded by a larger shape.
Okay, this is... this shit gets fucking insane. So we have small projectiles that are being shot out of a gun compared to these projectiles. So these are stars, these are diamonds. These are meant to look more like nondescript bullets. These are meant to look like stars and snowflakes.
The only difference is that Asriel as a god had these clean outer diamonds, whereas Asriel as the knight has these harsh, jagged shapes.
It's like they're fucking stars! Are we being so genuine right now? Are we seriously saying that these are squashed, distorted diamonds? Like, I'm sorry, the Shadow Mantle, which reduces damage from, like, all of the knight's attacks, protects against dark and star, not dark and diamond.
Almost as if the original diamond has been warped and distorted. You can also argue that they have a star-like shape, which would be yet another connection between them, as they both shoot stars. Then there's their physical designs. When you
Toby wanted them to look the same, they would be the same. Yep. I mean, yeah, this certainly doesn't seem like an intentional comparison. Anyways, I'm gonna let him speak and then pause at the end, I guess, but I hate this evidence.
put Asriel's final form next to the knight, the similarities become clear. Both have gnarly horns, both have ridiculous shoulder pads, both are largely monochrome in color, both have holes on their arms, both have crazy white cores, and both have wide angular hips that then narrow down into thin pointed legs. And then, perhaps most damning of all, is the fact that both designs clearly take heavy inspiration from the Delta rune itself.
Alright, let's go back a bit and dissect each one of these. I genuinely can't begin to understand most of the comparisons here.
Physical designs. When you put Asriel's final form next to the knight, the similarities become clear. Both have gnarly horns, both
Okay, so we have horns being compared to antlers.
Have ridiculous shoulder pads.
Shoulder pads are an interesting design, although these certainly look much different than the knights.
Both are largely monochrome in color.
Okay, this is some bullshit. So we have the knight, who is monochrome, and it's one of the few enemies to have this monochrome color palette. You know, with other stuff like the Titan spawn, and also the Shadow guys. Compared to Asriel, who is in a game where, like, the majority of enemies are completely black and white, with a few exceptions, such as Asriel, who has these big fucking rainbow wings. I don't think you could reach harder for a similarity if you tried.
Both have holes on their arms, both have crazy...
Okay, the knight has holes in its hands, which is either meant to represent, like, a similarity with Gaster, or it's supposed to be, like, holy symbolism, like crucifixion hands. Asriel has heart designs, which might not even be holes, well above his hands, on his arms, with little dots in them.
Crazy white cores and
Okay, so we're calling this heart thing a crazy white core compared to this, which, off topic a bit, I don't feel like this is brought up enough. Like, the knight has an eye in its chest with like 6 wing-like shapes or frills around it. Like, this feels like something that needs to be addressed. And I do have my own theory about it, but this is not what this live stream is about, and with the evidence I have, it would take too much time.
both have wide angular hips that then narrow down into thin pointed legs.
Okay, so I think I found something that reaches harder for a comparison. This is like a heart-shaped thing with, I think this is like it sort of looks like a heartbeat monitor in it. These are legs. So these are not legs, and these are legs. Again, like, what? Yeah, Asriel doesn't have hips or legs.
And then, perhaps most damning of all, is the fact that both designs clearly take heavy inspiration from the Deltarune itself.
Okay. For Asriel, this is extremely clear. You know, we got the circle, we got the wings, and then we got these two, which, these hearts can also represent triangles pointing up, and then the big heartbeat thing that are apparently supposed to be legs, because, yeah, everyone's legs look like that. So, you know, it's the down triangle. This is a very clear comparison to make. It's basically just intentional.
You may not be able...
And I only say basically just because I usually don't like saying things with absolute certainty, even if there's almost absolute certainty. Like, oh yeah, maybe Toby Fox just slipped and spilled his milk on paper and this design came up from it. I don't know.
Able to see it at first glance, but once you swap it out for this distorted version from Chapter 4,
Okay, so first, I mean, let's just compare the normal knight design to the Deltarune, or the knight design to the normal Deltarune, not this one. So, like, the two up triangles certainly don't look like they're there anymore. Like, these are more circular, rounded holes. The only things that I could see being up triangles are, like, the antlers here, which seem like they are well above where the, like, angel part of the design would be. Then the angel part of its design itself, like, you could say that the core in the knight's chest is meant to represent the angel. And then that this would be the down arrow, but then again, where's where the up arrows? They would have to be below. So yeah, like, or you could say that the head's supposed to be the angel. Like, if you're comparing it to this, like, I can see the comparison between this and the knight's legs as a whole, but then, like, these are just triangles pointing up. There's nothing, like, that looks extremely similar. But yeah, I do see a bit more similarities on this distorted thing that's shown for, like, one scene, but sure, dude. Alright, new chats. I remember him at the Rousey scene talking about how the Deltarune looking similar to the knight. He thought this during his playthrough. Okay, so he's thought this for a while. Once you swap it with this warped version, it looks more similar, but I still do not think it looks like the knight. The angel part is the head from his... I think in the warped version that these are supposed to be similar, but in the normal version, this whole comparison between very obviously Deltarune and this is just the Roaring Knight, like...
It starts to make sense. These jagged wings become their gnarly horns, or arguably even their shoulder pads. The central circle becomes their glowing cores. The middle triangle becomes their wide angular hip.
Okay, wait, what? So he thinks the antlers/horns are the wings, but the core isn't the head to him, or the core isn't like, okay, this circle isn't the head to him, this circle is the core. These things do not connect. What on earth is he talking about?
And pointed legs, while the two other triangles become the holes in their arms. Given that Asriel...
Alright, so it looks like he corrected himself in post, but I don't think either of these look similar enough to these.
Was a very religious boy, it makes sense that both versions of him would integrate the main symbol of his religion into their designs.
Very droopy. Okay. I mean, if he's a very religious boy, why is he trying to end the world? I mean, I'm pretty sure in the Deltarune religion, the Roin is like the bad thing that's happening, whereas the heroes appearing, you know, that's the good part.
Also, as a smaller note, both entities fight you on a battlefield that keeps changing colors.
Again, this is just reaching for the most out there similarities. Let's take a look at this background. Yeah, it's changing colors. Like, the entire background. Now let's take a look at these two. This background that changes colors only appears for the one attack that the knight uses. And for this stuff that changes colors, it only appears in the like bottom right of the screen where the knight is. And I believe it only becomes like this prominent once you deplete the knight's HP enough. Like, when you first start the battle with the knight, I don't think the depths thing is there yet, or if it is, it's very faint, but the more you deplete it, it becomes a bit more prominent. But the point is, saying that, oh yeah, both have battlefields that are changing colors is just another massive reach.
And both entities are capable of...
Okay, I'll let him finish.
Shape-shifting beyond their
This is... I don't entirely disagree with this evidence. Like, yes, both of them can shapeshift, but he uses the knight turning into, like, an avian creature, and Asriel getting hit by the "You're long" type shit. Like, this is not the best image he could have chosen, and I just find that funny. So, like, also, actually, no, I think that other argument I have that's similar comes later. So yeah, just... Okay, hold on. Asriel turns long here. The soul also turns long. Therefore, I think Joru was actually right this whole time. The soul is Asriel.
Physical appearance, I also want to touch on their behavior. Namely, I want to talk about the core dynamic that defines Asriel in both games. I am of course referring to their relationship with their sibling. In Undertale, Asriel is so distraught at the loss of Kara that he's willing to rewrite reality in order to keep them around.
Sure.
And while the Roaring Knight has yet to speak or show much in the way of emotion, we do get a glimpse at this sibling dynamic. When the Knight overpowers our heroes and downs them all in brutal fashion, they don't do this to Chris. Now, you could argue that this is simply because they're in an alliance, but I would argue that it's...
Or you could argue it as it's Des, because Des and Chris are implied to have been friends to some degree, which Jar just does not seem to be able to figure out.
hinting at something deeper. This is most plainly demonstrated by the way Chris behaves in the Knight's presence. In their first battle, it's clear that Chris has no desire to fight the Knight, as shown by the fact that their heart gets more and more twisted the longer the fight goes on. That makes perfect sense if the Knight is Asriel, as nothing would be more painful to Chris than being forced to fight the living, breathing...
I mean, that flavor text is meant to tie in with what attack it's doing next. And I'm pretty sure there's some Death Knight evidence in this flavor text, too. Like, the whole... What is it? Something about your head and then getting smacked by a wiffle bat. It makes your head hurt. I believe I'm remembering it correctly, but I'm not remembering the exact quotes. And, like, the heartbeat becoming twisted, like, all the heartbeat and chest and the twisting stuff, I think that's just to foreshadow, not foreshadow, that's telegraph the incoming, like, slash attacks. The Knight leaves Chris down to 1 HP. They still beat them, so this point falls apart. That's another good point that I did not consider. Even though, like, the Knight just knights Chris, their HP depletes to 1 after that scene, so yes, they could have just given Chris a good whack anyways.
Breathing personification of their greatest sin. Furthermore, in Chapter 4, Chris gets the opportunity to attack the Knight, but refuses. This is particularly odd given that we know how durable the Knight is. If Chris really wanted to keep their alliance with the Knight a secret, then they should have just made a show of launching an attack that the Knight could easily tank.
Okay. So, this is just another thing that I do not get. So, like, oh, Chris refuses to attack the Knight despite the Knight having a lot of HP, and Chris could just hold back while doing what looks like a powerful attack. The problem with this is that this scene is meant to convey to us Chris's alliance with the Knight. And Chris doing, like, epic attack combo that just doesn't result in much damage wouldn't really convey that. Like, this scene is meant to make Chris look suspicious, and it does. That is the point. So, just saying, oh yeah, they're scared of killing their brother again. Just not a big fan of this interpretation, to put it lightly.
But they didn't. They just stood there super suspiciously, refusing to do anything.
Chris is allied with the Knight, even if the Knight is Papyrus. That's right.
This implies to me that Chris isn't just avoiding conflict with the Knight because they're on the same side, they're avoiding conflict with the Knight because they genuinely cannot bring themselves to hurt their brother. This also explains why Chris makes such a concerted effort to hide the true identity of the Roaring Knight when we try to think about them in Chapter 4.
If Chris doesn't want us to learn who the Knight is, this works for, like, every Knight candidate. Doesn't matter if it's Jockington or Birdley or Alphys or Ms. Boom. If Chris has an alliance with the Knight and they don't want us to find out who the Knight is, they're not going to want to easily let us find out who the Knight is.
If the Roaring Knight really was December Holiday, then what harm would come to Chris's plan as a result of the Soul knowing that fact? We, as the player, don't know or care about December at this stage of the story. So,
pause. Who the fuck is we? We do not care or know or care about Des? Nah, that is Jaru. Jaru, as stated before, did not care about Des back then, and I don't think he cares about Des now, even with him saying, oh, later in the theory, she's the most important character of them all, or something. This scene takes place after we get to go through Des's room and find the shelter code in her guitar. I think we know about Des if we were paying attention at all, and I think we should care about Des.
This revelation really wouldn't have much of an effect, making Chris's choice to hide this fact particularly odd.
Oh yeah, and, like, if you look back at other chapters, it's clear that, like, Des is the kind of character who gets mentioned in mandatory cutscenes that are also just meant to be brushed off. Like, there's the scene in Chapter 2 with, like, basically unskippable dialogue where Chris and Noelle are walking through the city spelling out December's name while Noelle talks about Des. And then in Chapter 3, Tenna just, oh, Chris, remember December? Like, the only way that one could have been more obvious is if December was in Tenna's funny text with, like, the words, with, like, the letters of December being styled like the Roaring Night or some shit like that. Actually, that sounds fire. I want to make a mock-up of that sometime.
On the other hand, if the knight is actually Asriel, then Chris would obviously do anything and everything in their power to bury this secret as deeply as humanly possible. If my theory is correct, then they don't...
Also, in the normal version of the night battle, Toriel is described as sleeping peacefully, but in the version where we win the fight, the battle becomes a drawn-out slugfest where we do some real damage to the knight. That real damage being like 20% of its fucking HP bar. And Toriel is now described as having a nightmare. Toriel is subconsciously distressed by harm coming to the knight, heavily implying a connection between the two. I mean, yeah, sure, there's also that sprite that turns from a black deer into, like, just a black normal monster sprite if the variable Toriel is turned on, but it always is. But sure, yeah, no, that definitely has no impact on any of this theory. And who are boss monsters canonically connected to on a spiritual level? By the way, I don't think there's been a single mention of boss monsters in Deltarune so far. That concept might not even exist in Deltarune. Their offspring. Heck, if both my kids were locked in deadly combat, I'd have a nightmare too. Okay, I mean, even if Chris doesn't fight back, again, they're just doing like 0% of the knight's health instead of 20%, and the knight's still beating the crap out of them.
Don't want anyone to even faintly suspect that they caused Asriel to die. So hiding this information, even from the soul, makes perfect sense. And getting back to the Roaring Night for a moment, while we don't get a ton of personality from them, the way that they laugh in Susie's face and manipulate characters like the king is very reminiscent of Flowey, as he too loved to laugh at his enemies while
So you know how Susie laughs a lot? And Lancer too? And Spampton? Well, I have a theory. But yeah, I think these are just cases of Toby Fox writing a villain who is smart enough to manipulate people and also laughs on occasion. Also, I don't remember like 20 other mouths materializing around Flowey's face when he laughed.
Manipulating the people around him. Then there's the Roaring Knight's theme music. Now, I don't exactly have a good ear for music, but from what I understand, the Black Knife shares a leitmotif.
Yes, good point. The Knight's laugh is also Friend's laugh. Yeah, I'm not sure if that means the Knight is connected to Friend, or if it's just like the darkness creature laugh. But yes, that seems like a more clear observation. Alright, so yeah, the Knight's theme music. I mean, he openly admits that he doesn't have a good ear for music, which, I mean, like, I don't think he ever mentions Burn and Despair appearing in the Knight's theme song, which I feel like if he did, he would absolutely notice that, or bring it up. Yeah, Darkness Laugh makes sense. So...
most prominently with the door, the chase, and the world revolving. This is very fascinating.
about to be the point where I say, Jaru, play the music, but he doesn't play the music. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I already know, like, what motif he's talking about here, but, hey, I mean, there were a couple days ago where I think I watched some videos on, like, all the leitmotifs in the Deltarune chapters.
As not only are the door and the chase both first used to introduce us to Ralsei's dark world, but perhaps more importantly, you would expect the night to be connected to the freedom motif.
Okay. The chase is used in every chapter, I think, and the door is like the darkness motif. It's like, I mean, not literally, but like, it plays when you go to when you first open the door in chapter 1 to the closet, when you first open the computer lab door in chapter 2. I think it plays in chapter 4 when you open the door to the church, but I'm not entirely sure. The point is, like, it's not just the Ralsei's Dark World motif. I pressed B on my keyboard. I don't know what that did.
Or the Titan theme, or even the Lost Girl theme. But instead, the only major connections the Black Knife has are with Jevil and Ralsei.
Okay, I believe the World Revolving has the night theme in it because Jevil is stated to have met the Knight. And, like, this theme is based off of Nightmare Night, which, I mean, that seems like that's what the theme is based off of. So, that's why the Knight has that motif in its music. Also, if the Knight, like, just had Lost Girl in its theme song and everything, I feel like that would make it a bit too obvious who the Knight is. Like, you at the very least should go look for evidence. New message. Why would the Knight even be connected to the freedom motif? They seem to be the most prophecy-pilled character we've met so far. I mean, yeah, I guess they're like the secret boss that breaks the patterns of the other secret bosses. Like, Chapter 3, how Chapter 3 handles secret bosses basically completely different from all the other chapters. So, yeah, the Knight, it makes sense that it doesn't have the freedom motif. Also, if, like, I don't know, hawk-eared, is that the expression? Players with good hearing, if people were fighting the Knight and they noticed the freedom motif, they'd probably be like, oh, this is the secret boss, should I be fighting it again?
Jevil at least makes sense, as he's a secret boss.
Hey guys, Z. Don't worry, I'm only like halfway through.
With established connections to the Roaring Knight, but Ralsei seems to come out of left field. I also don't think it's a coincidence that the only main character without an identified...
Oh, we are far from the death part. I've been doing a lot of pausing. The stream's been going on for almost 2 hours now, and I'm 36 minutes into the video, so yeah, I've had a lot to say about this. I have like a bunch of notes I took that I'm just scrolling through and bringing up at certain intervals in the video on a document that I named Asriel's Dust 2 Electric Theory Review, a horrifying Google Doc. So yeah, I wrote a bunch of stuff down ahead of time and so that I remembered to bring it all up while watching this.
Viable theme song is Ralsei. Sure, we're given the Castletown theme and the Legend theme, but those are about a dark world and the prophecy.
Again, this seems to fit into Ralsei's character of not having a character outside of serving the Lightners and the heroes.
Respectively. They aren't specifically focused on Ralsei, and we know this is intentional as every other major character like Susie, Lancer, Queen, and so on all have theme music explicitly named after them.
Say that again, Jaru?
Intentional as every other major character like Susie, Lancer, Queen, and so on all have theme music explicitly named after them.
One more time?
as every other major character like Susie, Lancer, Queen, and so on all have theme music explicitly named after them. But
alright, can anyone in chat perhaps notice what's wrong with this statement? Plain like might take a moment for me to see a response because there's a bit of lag between the stream and what's being broadcast. But yeah, it gets this is the point where the theory just devolves into straight up objective misinformation. Alright, we have Chris does not have a piece of music named after them. Anyone else? You know, the main fucking character. Anyone else not have a theme? There's quite a few, actually. Like, seriously, I cannot believe that he put this in the video. Susie is a thing. Like, it doesn't play much, but Susie's theme is named Susie. I mean, like, I wrote this down because I just scrolled through the Deltarune playlist to see what characters had theme songs named after them and what didn't, but, yeah, that's another one. Noelle's theme is not called Noelle, it's called Girl Next Door. Yeah, my favorite Deltarune characters, you know, we got, Lantern, the circus, Girl Next Door. Oh, who could forget one of my favorite Deltarune characters, the one everyone ships with Spampton, and now for today's sponsors, and the iconic main boss of Chapter 4, Guardian. Only Susie and Noelle have songs for them of before playable characters. I mean, yeah, like, we don't have an identical motif for Chris and Rousey yet, so only 2 of the 4 party members have, like, explicit leitmotifs associated with them, and only 1 of those characters actually has that song named after themselves. So yeah, this is horrendous that this was left in the video.
But Rousey does not. Personally, I think this lack of theme music...
I probably could have written down more characters who don't have themes named after them. It's just that those would get into less major characters. I mean, like, I think I considered writing down Hammer of Justice, or / Gerson's themes, but, like, I guess he is technically named the Hammer of Justice when you fight him. And, I mean, Jackenstein, I'm not sure if he counts as a major character. But yeah, point is, this is just flat out wrong.
Music for the Prince is because Rousey is still figuring out his...
Interestingly, the Knight doesn't have a proper theme song either. Black Knife is named after their weapon, not them. This makes it akin to Rude Buster for Susie, which isn't her theme song, but is connected to her. So both of Asriel's halves have yet to be given theme music. Again, bad take based on what I said already about it being objectively wrong.
Identity. And when we finally do get his theme song, I suspect it will share a leitmotif with the Roaring Knight. Also, suppose...
You suspect. Yes. Basically no evidence for it, but sure, you suspect. This kind of reminds me of a video I watched about, like, Deltarune chapters 3 and 4 have no-hit runners scared, and one of the points people made was like, what if chapter 2 is harder to no-hit than chapter 7? This would be bad game design. And it's like, dude, in what universe is that happening? Person invents something to get mad at and then gets mad at it.
Supposedly, there was a song on Toby Fox's old deleted website called Friendship, and this song contained the leitmotif of the Nightmare Knight, but was arranged in such a way that it sounded extremely similar to Asriel's theme from Undertale.
This is actually a part where I would like him to play the music because I'm not sure what he's referring to. Like, does he mean like memory? Like music box style?
Oh, And for those who don't know, the Nightmare Night is an old song of Toby Fox's that has had some of its leitmotifs repurposed for Deltarune.
Oh, it's like Nightmare Night is the leitmotif of the night.
Now, I can't verify that this Asriel-style Nightmare Night theme is legit, as, again, I'm not very good at recognizing leitmotifs. But if this is true, then that just adds even more evidence that Asriel is the Roaring Knight. In fact, it would make sense that Toby Fox would delete such a song given how much of a spoiler.
No, there's a song that is not in game. Okay. The one he is referring to. Alright. By the way, side tangent, I feel like there's like a bit in the Titans battle theme that sounds like the Holy, and it would make sense since the Holy is connected to Dark Fountains, and like the Titan is connected to Dark Fountains, obviously. It's not as like clear as, say, Penumbra Phantasm and the Holy, but I think it makes more sense because, well, Penumbra Phantasm is like a track that Toby seems to have stated is not going to be in the game. Guardian is just a track in Deltarune Chapter 4. It's a bit that goes like, it kind of reminds me of the okay, hold on, I'm searching up the suggestion. Memory my website Toby Fox. Okay, this leads me to the yeah, 10th anniversary website. Okay, so that is what we're talking about. Flowers closed. Can it still play music, though? I mean, I'm not getting any music from it right now. Or should I just go to the videos section? Not sure I can find that either. '10th anniversary live stream? Oh, okay. Is it Memory 10 years later? What? I'm not sure. I can just listen to it later if this is taking too long. You're taking too long. Alright, Memory 10 years later. I'll give it a listen. Oh yeah, the monitor I'm looking it up is muted for a reason. Hold on, let me look it up on my second of 3 monitors that I have. Yeah, my setup is like the worst thing you could ever have for gaming, but I'm not gaming right now. It's like I got Chromebook on my lap, Chromebook like on the side of my desk, and then laptop on my desk, which is what I'm watching the video on. The Chromebook I have on my lap is for looking at my Google Doc of evidence, and the Chromebook on my desk is used for watching chat. Alright, so this I can listen to.
Happy Valentine! From 1-800-Flowers.
Shut up, I can reload the page to skip the ad. Yeah. Does this sound right? I mean, I think I remember this. There's just like a bit more than memory that comes later on. Well, yeah, if that one isn't right, then I will continue with the video and maybe watch it after the stream or at the end of the stream later. Alright.
Spoiler, it seems to have been for Deltarune. And just to add a few sprinkles on the theory crafting pile, I think the reason the knight turns into a ball is because they really are nothing more than a soul mixed with dark power, which...
Yes, because souls historically look a lot like balls in the Deltarune universe. Asriel's theme is not in Black Knife, so it's not Asriel. This is some real evidence. Alright, yeah, this piece of evidence, it's I think I'll let him finish, or at least get farther along first.
Which, of course, results in a sphere that has the white of a monster soul and the black of the dark world. This theory also...
You know what else has the white of a monster soul and the black of a dark world? Shadow Guys! Because Shadow Guys are piles of Asriel's dust. The ball looks like a baseball. Yeah, I think that's a better comparison to make.
Explains how the Roaring Knight can travel through the light world, as unlike a regular Darkner, they technically have the soul of a Lightner, so even if they're effectively a ghost, they should still be capable of existing in the light world. In fact, given that the Titans are supposedly capable of breaking into the light world, that
Okay, so yeah, just like saying it's black and white, which are like perfect colors to use with each other because they're like the opposite colors. So like it's black and white, and therefore like I believe the black of the dark world bit, but saying that the white is specifically meant to represent a monster soul is a huge stretch. And then let him finish here too.
Lends even more credence to the idea that the knight is some sort of Titan spawn combined with Asriel's soul.
So this is the theory he's going with. An evil darkness fetus ate Asriel's soul, and now it's the knight. You know what? Sure. It could be Papyrus's soul. Yeah, why not? I mean, does anyone remember that incredibly important quote from Sans when he says, "My bro creates dark fountains and he's the roaring knight"?
In addition, by having Asriel be the Roaring Knight, that allows even more parallels with Undertale, as just like in that game, Asriel is once again an unnatural reincarnation.
Okay, he says that, oh, you know, the knight can travel through the dark world and the light world because they have the soul of a Lightner. Like, yes, this could be one of the reasons that it is possible. Like, if they are supposedly a, like, resurrected Lightner brought to life as a Dustner who also has a soul, which others would not. However, it could be other stuff as well, so we don't know for sure. Also, again, why would Toby make both of his games have the same plot? For this thing, like, I feel like I heard somewhere, like, maybe just the other day, that Asriel Knight would just make Deltarune, like, a weaker Undertale in that regard. Whereas something else, like Death Knight, is unique and can tell its own story, instead of defaulting to this, to just what Undertale did already. Like, what, is Toby Fox going to make a third game after this, and the main villain is also going to be Asriel, who died and turned into something else?
Abominable version of himself who haunts us throughout the game and acts as our primary antagonist. Also, huge shout out to Kazoo Cat for pointing this out, but Chris and the Knight share a comical number of poses, like...
Yeah, I think this is another thing that's like, it's because Chris looked up to Des, which again, Jaru just refuses to believe. It's crazy.
Look at all this. Needless to say, having such similar battle poses only further supports the notion that they are in...
Ah, yes. Asriel. who Jaru has stated is a soft religious boy. Really good at ore farming, though, I guess.
Fact, siblings. Also, and this is gonna seem like it's coming out of left field, but I wasn't really sure where else to put it in the video, but do you all remember that mysterious character hidden in the code? Specifically, the one that talks about being lost in darkness and begging for help. Originally, we all thought that this was December, as she was the only person that we knew was missing. But now, everyone's jumped on the bandwagon that December is the night, which leaves the identity of this code character completely unclear. However, I think I have an idea of who this is, and it might sound like I'm joking, but I sincerely think that this is true. Specifically, I think this code character is also Asriel. You see, unlike with Flowey, I think Asriel's regular consciousness still lives on inside the night. However, thanks to the dark power of the Titans...
Okay. So, the logic here is, I mean, yeah, you seem to have already stated it, but the logic here is people, I don't even know how to fully put it into words. People think that Des can't be the code voice if she is the knight. Therefore, Des is not the voice in the code. However, Asriel can be the voice in the code instead. Even though if you're claiming that Des is not the knight, then she would have no problem being the voice in the code. And now you're claiming that Asriel is the voice in the code and also the knight. Rouse is Asriel, the knight is Asriel, the voice in the code is Asriel, I'm Asriel. Are there any other Asriels I need to know about? I don't know, Eram maybe? You know, fire magic, sort of has horns, has a mouth. You know who else has a mouth? Asriel. Asriel got a mouth.
Spawn, his mind has been utterly submerged in darkness. He can't tell up from down, day from night, or even if he's still alive. This is all described in the new dialogue from the code character. But what really convinces me that this is Asriel is this.
Okay, so 2 people now have found the song. Yeah, I might want to see it at the very end of the stream, I think.
Line here. They reminisce about how much...
Okay, this shit, like, made me laugh hysterically. Like, yeah, breakfast and late night TV. 2 things that only Asriel is associated with. Breakfast. No one else needs to eat breakfast. I mean, no one else is associated with late night TV. I mean, it's not like there's a sepia-toned flashback that also shows Des watching TV.
Much they loved breakfast and late night TV, both of which have since been associated with the Dreamer household.
Wow, we have one scene of eating breakfast in the Dreamer household because it is the morning. It is a weekend morning and they have pancakes. Like, that's normal. I had pancakes this morning. Am I the voice in the code now? I fucking hope not. Susie our breakfast, so she's Asriel too. So yeah, just saying, this is associated, like, we don't even see Chris eating breakfast in chapters 1 and 2. So is this supposed to show that breakfast actually isn't associated with the Dreamer household because they only have breakfast on weekends or something? And then, yeah, late night TV. Again, Des is just as associated with late night TV as Asriel is. Just horrid dog water evidence.
Also, if you look at the original code dialogue, this character is pitifully begging in a way that is extremely reminiscent of the way Asriel behaved when he first woke up as Flowey. Someone like Des seems too tough to immediately resort to begging for help, but
I'm sorry, I don't care how tough you are. If you get trapped in, like, a place of endless darkness, like the character in the code is describing, you'd probably be terrified no matter how tough you were beforehand. That's like some traumatizing shit. We're gonna need to break out the Asriel trauma spectrum again, I guess.
Asriel, on the other hand, is repeatedly depicted as being emotionally fragile and...
Yeah, repeatedly, like 3 times in one dialogue thing. You know what else is depicted here? Des is depicted as being lost. And I think the character in the code is, or well, not necessarily in the code, but in the darkness, it's at the very least pretty lost. Like, I'm not entirely sure if they're actually trapped in the code, because that might just be where we're reading the dialogue.
And prone to crying. Heck, the knight themselves is seemingly depicted as crying when we first encounter it. This sad little lad with his mind...
This is too tough to cry, but soft ooh boy Asriel can aura farm as the knight. Yep.
Buried inside the darkness of a titan is the one we are observing when...
Darkness of a titan, which gave him antlers for some fucking reason. I wonder why that is.
We look into the code. Now, before I get too far ahead of myself, let's address a few counter-arguments I can see people making against this theory, starting with the baseball bat.
I love the stupid 4 Knights. Yo, it's Weezer's album cover.
See people making against this theory, starting with the baseball bat. If the knight really is Asriel, then why would he summon his sword in this shape? Isn't baseball more of a December thing? Well, yes, but also no. You see, it's
Who's ready for another dog shit point?
True that wiffle bats are repeatedly mentioned in association with December.
Let me think of all the, like, baseball bat connections that, like, I can think of right now. So, there's that. Okay, somehow I'm blanking. I'm pretty sure there's more. Raise up your bat, no shit. Okay, genuinely, I don't know how I'm blanking here. Yes, thank you. I mean, okay, yeah, there's raise up your bat. There's the wiffle bat. I feel like I went over this just the other day. Tenna's dialogue? Maybe I was sort of thinking of that, but when I thought about Tenna's dialogue, the first thing I thought of was the, like, switching channels and stuff. Point is, Asriel's not nearly as associated with bats as Des, although I think if Jaru found out about the... Oh, yes, thank you, the cracked bat, that's another one. But I think if Jaru did find out about the, like, unused Asriel's bat in Undertale, which I think, like, has 40 attack, which is the attack stat that the knight has, I mean, it'd probably be impossible to convince him otherwise. They're one in a room. I'm not sure. Like, when I think of objects in a room, the first things I think of are guitar, weed, and various musical instruments that aren't the guitar. But yeah, I would not be surprised if there was a bat in Dessa's room.
Even see a wiffle bat in her room in Chapter 4.
I should have... I should have just watched the video for like a second more. Come on. Oh my goodness, Dessa's closet is styled like Papyrus's door because Des is Papyrus and Papyrus is the knight. Oh yeah, and also Dessa's bed is weird. Why is it like this? Why are the feet facing the wall? That's what makes my head hurt far more than the wiffle bat.
However, there's a detail here that most people overlook.
Yes, there's a detail, like the rollerblades. Because using roller skates / rollerblades, fairly similar to ice skates. And the knight's attacks are like figure skater. They look similar to some moves from figure skaters, which is another piece of Death Knight evidence. Of course, that's not what Jared's going to bring up, but I just thought that was interesting.
Namely, what do you think a wiffle bat is used for? Well, it's used to play the sport of wiffle ball. And wiffle ball, much like baseball, involves two teams facing off against each other. And given that it's a team game, and we know how popular sports are in the hometown, that would mean December was almost certainly playing this game with other people from around town.
I just, like, how does he come to these conclusions? Like, even if a lot of other people of a similar age to Des have wiffle, are, like, on a wiffle ball team as well, they're still less associated with wiffle ball and bats than Des is, because Des is the only one to be shown to have those things. Oh yeah, Des might also have, like, normal figure skates. I wasn't sure. They might be blocked by the text box in this scene. So yeah, genuinely, what are we doing with this point of evidence?
And given that she was so close with Asriel that she has one of his shirts in her closet.
Okay, hold on. More clear view of the room. Hold on, I want to test something. Can someone in chat, like, just type a single letter and enter it right now? I want to see how much lag is between my stream and the chat. Okay, yeah, that's actually way less than I expected. I don't know, the visuals on that I see on my Chromebook look pretty off. Like, it's still on the handball picture, so maybe that's just laggy, but the stream itself isn't. Alright, so I forgot what I was talking about.
Given that she was so close with Asriel that she has one of his shirts in her closet, it would make perfect sense if Asriel was also on her wiffle ball.
Again, like, this is still a stupid point. Like, who else was on her wiffle ball team who could be the knight? Caddy? Bratty? Pizza Pants? Like, it's just another point that's like, it just works better as Death Knight evidence. Don't think anybody actually plays wiffle ball in hometown. Des just keeps the bat to protect Noelle. I mean, you know what? That could be more plausible than whatever Jaru's going with right now. Like, I don't remember seeing any baseball fields, although, I mean, I think wiffle ball is, like, smaller than that. Still, genuine piece of evidence that Des might just have that bat to beat up Chris. Which will definitely make Chris hate her. Ooh.
All team. Heck, Asriel's room has several shelves dedicated to just his.
Ooh, you have already taken enough because Chris killed their brother. Whoa.
Trophies, which are most commonly won from competing in, you guessed it, sports.
Okay, what else can you earn trophies from competing in? Well, there's the spelling bee, first of all, which Noelle competed in. There's certainly more sports than baseball. I mean, wiffle ball doesn't seem like the type of thing that you get trophies for. More like, that seems like it'd be baseball, so don't know what Jaru's talking about there. I mean, what else? Swimming, sort of a sport. You know, let's get a bit out there, because Jaru's getting pretty out there. You know, maybe Asriel took part in the Olympics. Maybe he won a gardening trophy. Maybe he won the Nobel Prize for Physics or something. Who knows? Like, yeah, he has trophies. They don't all have to be from wiffle ball.
Which Yeah, that means the most iconic piece of evidence for the December Roaring Night theory is nothing more than a clever misdirection.
Oh wow, yeah, Tony's tricky here. Yeah, actually, I think if the night ever says, yes, it's me, December holiday, I think that would just be a clever misdirect as well.
Heck, even the horns on the knight's head, which seem like antlers, are also likely a red herring. Notice how the Roaring Knight's body is...
Yeah, they're a red herring. You know who they're a red herring for? Carol. Carol is like the red herring of night discussions right now. Like, you go to Noelle's house and she's got a katana hung up on her wall that Susie's like, oh yeah, that's my mom's katana. She uses it to cut fruitcake. Like, and then there's her also probably having an alliance with the Knight, which, again, Chris, the former red herring candidate, also likely has an alliance with the Knight. Like, Carol is set up as the red herring, and I think you seen the antlers on the Knight, and then seeing Carol act antagonistic is supposed to be like, oh yeah, the Knight has antlers, Carol has antlers, so Carol is the Knight. Like, people who say Death Knight is too obvious forget how much more obvious Carol Knight is. Oh yeah, and designs don't matter now? We haven't even gotten to the worst of it. Or maybe we already have.
Heavily distorted, with unnatural sharp protrusions on his legs, hips, shoulders, and torso. This is an entity whose body is a warped, unnatural version of what a normal monster should look like.
I mean, it still has arms, and legs, and antlers. I don't think the Knight's arms and legs also have, like, 2 other arms and 2 other legs jutting out from them like the antlers.
And that extends to his horns. They aren't multi-pronged because they're antlers, they're multi-pronged because his body is covered in unnatural sharp protrusions, and his horns are no different.
Okay, but like, this doesn't make that much sense either. Because, like, if you look at the Knight's body, it's, like, sharp, but it doesn't really look like it has protrusions. Like, it doesn't have spikes jutting out from it. It's just that, like, shoulders, arms, legs, head, all of them just got more spiky. So, saying that, oh yeah, the Knight also gets 2 spikes jutting out of its definitely goat horns, that just doesn't seem like a good argument. Oh yeah, at this point, he's just so confident that treating the Knight as P. Just Asriel Knight confirmed. There's no doubt about it. Except for all the doubts I have about it. So, yeah. The Knight doesn't... It's not like its body is covered in spikes. It's just that it's sharper, which includes its antlers, which are sharper than usual, but don't, like, have more spikes than other parts of its body.
Also, it's a helmet, and the Knight is clearly a shapeshifter, so the...
Then why bring up any of that in the first place? I think he chose this random sprite because the left leg sort of has a... Yeah, I think... Oh yeah, you're right. It's probably like a combination of that and the horns just looking more like goat horns in this, which, like... Yeah, the Knight is a shapeshifter, but it seems to be assuming, like, its quote-unquote true form most of the time. That form being, you know, the one we see most of the time when we're fighting it. So why would it only have the goat horns for, like, a single animation for its attack? I mean, like, I'm pretty sure the other time it roars with its, like, core thing jutting out like this, its antlers actually do appear, so it's probably just a matter of perspective. Like, if you shifted the Knight 90 degrees to the left or right or something like that, you probably would see that it still has antlers, even in this frame. Also, like, again, the Knight turns into a bird. I don't think the Knight is birdly.
Antlers really don't prove anything. Then there's the matter of why everyone in the hometown still thinks Asriel is alive, which is actually one of the main pieces of evidence that critics use to argue against Asriel's dust. Specifically, the idea that Chris could cover up Asriel's death all on their own seemed implausible to many fans. But luckily for me, the new chapters have made this much more feasible. Not only does Chris have access to Asriel's computer, which makes impersonating him online quite simple, but Chris is also in an alliance with the freaking mayor, and Carol is cold, methodical, and powerful.
Okay, this is severely flawed. Like, I think this was, like, a brief point in the theory when I was watching it for the first time. What if Birdley is Asriel and Jaru is right, but only on Snowgrave? It kind of reminds me of something I did a bit ago, like a thought experiment, where I, like, found out that the evidence for Chris Knight was surprisingly similar for the evidence for Birdley Knight. And one of the things was, like, if Chris dies when you lose, the world is still covered in darkness, and if Birdley dies and then you lose after that, the world is also still covered in darkness. Yeah. But yeah, like, that doesn't matter now. At this point, I could probably convince Joe of jockeying tonight with enough BS energy. I mean, I feel like he's the one convincing himself. Like, I think it has to come from him, but, like, just turn into Jaru. If the knight can shapeshift, why can't you? Also, I gave the mayor on my side so we can tell the school anything. Yeah, back to my point about this evidence being flawed. So, we have Chris has access to Asriel's computer. So let's just think of the scenario for a bit. So Chris, I see, have the mayor on. Alright, that makes things more clear. So let's say we go into a hypothetical scenario here. Chris accidentally killed their brother. You know what? The jello knife is still involved. It has to have a purpose after all. And after stabbing their brother to death, the night before he was supposed to go off to college, they have to think of something quick. So they go up to his computer, log on to his account, and they, like, email the college, like, hey guys, I am Asriel, and I'm actually taking a vacation. I'm going to Spain for 2 years. I will not be going to school, but I will still find a way to do all my classes. You do not need to worry about this at all. Bye. And then, in this hypothetical scenario, the school isn't at all like, this sounds a bit suspicious. There are certain details that aren't lining up here. I mean, let me just contact this kid's parents. And then they're like, no, we don't know anything about this. And then, like, they look to Chris, who's one of the few people with access to Asriel's account, and they realize that they can't get into contact with Asriel, and then things go downhill for Chris. And yeah, Toriel in the past year or so hasn't called the school or Asriel's phone or anything. Yeah, that's another thing. It's very likely that, like, Toriel's in contact with Asriel, and Asgore is probably in contact with Asriel too. It's just the game doesn't need to show us that. And then the other thing, saying that having Carol on their side would be enough for Chris to easily cover up this is just so, like, what are you thinking? Like, if the college decides to call Asriel's parents, I don't think Carol's gonna be, like, gonna be able to intercept the call or, like, tap the line and get it to go off. Like, Carol is the mayor of Hometown, not the dictator of, like, an authoritarian state. Is he seriously suggesting Chris would rather tell Carol they killed Asriel than their own parents? As far as I can tell, that is exactly what he's suggesting. Also, to make things worse, another thing that was in his original theory is that he thinks that Toriel likely does not know how to use email. which is, like, the stupidest thing I've heard. Like, I mean, I'm saying that about a lot of this, but it's because I can't quantify the level of what are you talking about. Like, first of all, Jaru assumes that, because everything in Deltarune is the same as it is in Undertale, Toriel is like 1,000 years old. This is part of the Jaruverse canon or whatever. Because, hey, Toriel was long enough for 6 human children to fall down and get killed by Asgore in Undertale, so surely she must be the same age. So, basically, his evidence is Toriel, who's like a middle-aged mom, is 1,000 years old, and does not know how to use email. Even though she has a computer in her classroom, and all the schools that I've gone to have had, like, school emails for every single teacher. Because, like, newsflash, it's important, like, to have communication between the faculty and stuff. And it's important for the students to have, like, secure communication with the faculty as well. Like, there's a reason for this. And also, we haven't seen the inside of Toriel's room, and she could very likely have a computer there, too. So, like, just suggesting that Toriel doesn't have a single email account and doesn't know how to use email is just baffling. But he doesn't bring up this piece of evidence in the theory. Maybe he realized that it's stupid and even bringing it up at all would discredit him. I don't know. Let us continue.
If anyone would be able and willing to cover up Asriel's death, it would be her. Throwing
My goodness, we have Papyrus in chat, and we had the definitely real Toby Fox earlier. What is this, a crossover episode? What if Asgore killed 6 human children in Deltarune just for fun? And that's why there's the random line about Chris being uncomfortable in the library with the book about taking care of humans. Yeah, that... They say 6 children went missing at Icy's Pizza one day. 5 Night Freddy, har 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 har, and nyeh, and so on.
in the assistance of the Roaring Knight, and Chris has more than enough resources to cover up just about anything, which means one of the...
Papyrus, what are you saying? I thought, but what about your famous quote, "That's right, I'm the Roaring Knight"? Alright, so we have this. Like, just, yeah, because Carol, just a mayor, definitely has enough evidence to keep a college from, or not evidence, I don't know. Definitely has enough resources to keep a college from contacting... No, I'm not even trying to... I'm not even going to try to refute this anymore, because I've just been refuting it for the last few minutes. Let's try to get to a new point here.
biggest critiques of my theory is now thoroughly dead. With all that said, if you don't believe Asriel is the knight at this point, then I don't think anything I say is going to convince you.
And at this point, I don't think I convinced him of not believing in this otherwise.
I do think my arguments are fairly strong. I suspect
they're not fairly strong.
The majority of folks will continue to believe that the Roaring Knight is...
My goodness, is that Sans Undertale on Papyrus's account? This is definitely like the most active I've had chat. Which is like, hey, nice.
Holiday. In fact, if I were to end the video right here, I'm willing to bet that the main critique in the comments section would be something along...
It's almost like how Chris was on Asriel's account. The parallels, it's crazy.
along the lines of, what about Des? If she isn't the Roaring Knight, then what the heck is her deal? How do you, Mr. Crackpot Theory Man, explain the increased focus on December if she isn't the main antagonist? And to be fair, that
Now it is indeed Papyrus, my catchphrase.
is a valid point. If I'm going to kick December out of the role of the Roaring Knight, then it's only right that I provide an explanation for what role she actually fills in this.
Yep, here it is, the worst part of the video. What evidence does he have of Asriel being dead? Well, to be fair, it takes a very high IQ to understand his evidence. I mean, is there anyone here who hasn't watched this video yet? Like, because it's about to get into some crazy stuff.
Story. And believe it or not, if my theory is true, then December holiday is even more important than any of you have realized. And if you're a longtime
Jaro trying desperately to beat the women aren't important in his headcanon's opinion
fan of my theories, then you might be able to guess what I'm about to say. You see, not too long ago, I released a video called Chris is Des. It was a pretty clickbait title, as I wasn't actually arguing that Chris was literally Des, but rather that Chris had simply inherited December's role in the narrative. It was a fun little theory, and some elements of it may still be true, but in retrospect, I made a terrible blunder by wasting that title. Because, as it turns out, Chris isn't just metaphorically Des. They
part of the
are
video where I started
literally
to say, "Oh no."
Des. Or to be more precise, December is the entity controlling Chris's soul.
In the Google Doc here, as for notes that I took like right after I watched the section of the video, I wrote, "Oh no. He thinks Des is the entity controlling Chris. Why? 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 The too many whys, and then So, just awful. It just gets worse. I love how in this video Susie gets mentioned a total of 2 times. One of the most important characters in the story may as well not exist in the Jaruverse. Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of not really being able to beat the misogyny allegations, which, like, I mean, I feel like it's still accidental misogyny, if it is. And then there's the other thing, which is, like, really wanting everything in, Deltarune to just be Undertale again. And, you know, Papyrus got his phone back, a personal victory. A victory for us all, even. Just, like, wanting only the Undertale characters to be important here, and Des, who, you know, isn't really in Undertale. I mean, I guess she's mentioned in the Xbox port, but not to the extent of the other characters. Like, Des, not exactly an Undertale character, therefore can't be important. Susie, also not really an Undertale character. Not even an Undertale 2. Yeah, actually, maybe Jar should play Undertale sometime. I hear it's a great game. Anyways, safe travels, cool skeleton. So yeah, just... I don't know why he wants the same game again. That just sounds so boring to me. But I'll continue.
That's right, baby. It's not called Asriel's Dust 2.0 just because it's a sequel. It's called Asriel's Dust 2.0 because there are literally 2 boss monster souls in play in this narrative.
The baseless assumption that boss monsters are a thing in Deltarune when they haven't been mentioned at all. And, you know, there's a, like, also, still, the fact that these worlds likely work differently. Jar loves Undertale, the problem is maybe he doesn't love Deltarune, but he can't accept it. Like, yeah, I'm not read the next thing in chat. I'm not entirely sure how Jaru will react, like, when, or, well, once he's presented with irrefutable evidence that, you know, the player is diegetic. Like, because, like, apparently he thinks that the player being diegetic would throw the narrative into the wood chipper. Not the wood chipper, you know, the wood chipper that we all know about. When, you know, this whole theory is throwing the narrative into a wood chipper, or the wood chipper. So, yeah, like, I'm really not sure, like, what he would do. Like, would he just not care about Deltarune anymore? I don't know. Anyways, I scrolled a bit too far on Jaru's channel and got flashbanged with Feats IRL, DK, and Diddy versus the... Oh, I read that wildly out of context. I thought you were referring to the Diddler. I just got a brief glimpse of that when I was reading the other chat message, and of course Diddy is the first thing my brain gravitates towards. But yeah, I remember scrolling through Jaru's channel, sorting by oldest a bit, and things were a lot differently. Also, is there a thing in the holidays or boss monsters in both games? Are you talking about, like, what Jaru thinks, or is that what you think? Because I don't remember getting, I don't remember getting any evidence that anyone outside of the Dreamers was a boss monster. He's about to claim diegetic player in Undertale, so we must hate Undertale. Yeah, that was the first thing Okay, good. We're all equally brain rotted. Okay, what Jaru thinks. Good.
Not only do I think Des is dead, but I think Chris absorbed her soul, either by being present at the time of her death or by conjuring her soul when they tried to summon a demon.
Okay, first off, getting this out of the way, any or most problems with Asriel possessing Chris's soul that aren't Asriel specific are you know, basically the same with Death's soul.
Whichever is true, the end result is the same. Chris has been transformed.
The end result is the same. Deltarune sucks now.
Formed into a type of entity that we've never seen before. A human who has absorbed a boss monster's soul.
Yippee,
And yes,
yippee.
this theory does rely on Des being a boss monster,
yes, it does rely
but
on a baseless
why couldn't
assumption.
she be? The Holiday family and the Dreamer family have an awful lot in common. The two families have always been very close with one another. They're both politically very powerful.
I don't... Are these just things that boss monsters do? Do boss monsters also lose their job at a police station and then give too many flowers away that they fail and struggle on rent?
With Asgore and Carol acting as authority figures, they have opposite elemental affinities, with the Dreamers using fire magic while the Holidays use ice magic.
I mean, yeah, they are clearly set up as, like, parallels. But, like, not to the extent of they're both boss monsters, I feel. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if boss monsters just did not get mentioned at all in Deltarune. Or if they just never get mentioned. I don't know why he's so invested in the human absorbed and boss monster soul thing. I think it's because that's the best explanation he can think of that isn't player soul.
And perhaps most compelling of all is the fact that Rudy is still alive in this.
Yes, very good point, RZ. In Undertale, I believe boss monster souls are explicitly stated to only survive for a little bit outside of their body, while human souls can persist a lot longer. Like, Toriel's soul shatters basically right after you kill her, if you kill her. And, you know, all the other human souls that aren't yours, you know, they're safely stored at the barrier. In fact, the player's part shattering when they die in Undertale, seems like something it shouldn't do, and is just like, that's what happens that lets them reset instead of getting absorbed / trapped in a container / used to break the barrier. So yes.
Timeline, whereas Rudy died in Undertale. Why is that important? Well, it's because boss monsters don't age so long as they don't have children.
Or it could be that Rudy is going to die in Deltarune, and he already died in Undertale, because that was from the Alarm Clock app, which takes place well after the True Pacifist ending. At the very least, like, even if I think he died beforehand, so actually that piece of evidence that I just brought up doesn't mean much, the point of him dying, or being mentioned to have died in that, is to foreshadow him dying in Deltarune.
Once they have kids, their life force is sapped away by those offspring. And if you're a reindeer man with a serious health condition, then having your life force sucked away by not one but two living children would only exacerbate your issues. And in Undertale, where Des and Noelle are confirmed to be alive, Rudy is dead. But in Deltarune, the time...
A lot of Jaru's theories have this, like, just watched this video and I got so mad at how sexist Jaru was to Des. Yeah, it gets pretty bad. But again, Jaru makes his theories like Jenga towers. Like, he is building this evidence off of the assumption that they are boss monsters. Like, this is not, like, I feel like one of the worst ways to make a theory, that is, if you want it to be true, is you should absolutely not build it off of what you want to happen and try to find evidence to support that. You should, like, ask a question for what could happen, and then try to find evidence to see what could happen. Don't go in with a pre-planned, like, solution to the theory, because that's gonna usually end up with you, like, making all these, like, wild claims, assumptions, cherry picking. I mean, even just making up stuff or forgetting stuff, like the whole character name theme song bit. Like, I do not think this is a good way to build theories, and it shows. Anyways, just can't be the character in the code. This is a Tom. Yeah, just one of the many issues with that little segment of the video.
Timeline where December is not alive, Rudy's life force is strong enough to fight off the illness for a little bit longer, hence why he's still kicking. As such, I would say the groundwork for December being a boss monster is pretty freaking strong. But wait, this theory has...
TurboTax locations are now open in your neighborhood. So, hand off your taxes to...
No, we cannot be real here. This is like one of the only computers that I don't have an
There's
ad blocker
even
on.
more going on. You see, not only does Chris absorbing Des's soul allow me to continue to politely disagree with player's soul.
Why does he fucking hate it so much? I don't get it. It doesn't throw the nerve in a wood chipper. It's interesting.
Theory, but it also explains all the unique attributes that the soul possesses. Why does Susie describe the soul as being good at flirting? Well, it's not because the player is good at flirting, because God knows that isn't true.
Oh yeah, the Yandere Chris thing too. Okay, so...
No, the soul is...
This... You know, Chris, as we know, is a dedicated or a farmer. You know, I feel like it's likely that they're the ones who are doing the flirting, not us. Like, you know, they funny. Like, it doesn't have to be the soul that's doing the flirting here. Are we saying that Des is more likely to flirt with a water cooler than Chris?
Good at flirting because December was good at it. She was the coolest, most talented, most counterculture girl in the whole stinking town. Of course she'd be good at flirting. As
Isn't the doorknob in Chapter 4 direct proof against Jaru's point here? on. So I've got like a rough idea of what you're saying right now. I'm still like thinking about it. So like, yeah, I think so. I think I get what you're saying.
As for why the soul is opposed to Chris's plan, again, it's
Yes,
because
I do know what
December is
door you're talking
opposed.
about.
She doesn't want Chris's harebrained scheme to result in the entire world getting destroyed. This theory also explains why Chris is so harsh towards the soul. It didn't make sense for them to show such hatred towards Asriel, but towards December?
wild claim to
That
make incoming.
totally adds up. The only times we ever hear about the two of them interacting was when Des would beat Chris up with her bat. In fact,
Hey everyone, it's time for another thing of fucking Dora the Explorer. Asks the chat what Jaru is talking about here, and what the big objective problem is. Jaru says,
two of them interacting was totally adds up. The only times we ever hear about the two of them interacting was when Des would beat Chris up with her bat.
alright, Jaru says that this is the only time that we can hear about Chris and Des interacting. Can anyone in chat name an example of it being stated that Chris and Des acted in a way that contradicts what Jaru is saying? Anyways, read chat. Where the soul says for Chris to turn the doorknob and Chris only turns the doorknob instead of doing our intention of opening it. Because I'm assuming if Des was the one doing this, Des would want to turn the doorknob. And Chris is the one flirting. Yep. And I think it's pretty explicitly shown Chris always controls the execution of the actions we choose. Yeah. Yeah, you both made the same good point there. Chris can control what act or how they take an action, even if we control what actions they take. So even if like Chris flirts a lot because of us, Chris is good at flirting because of themselves. Anyways, the hint is that it's from chapter 3. The line of dialogue that directly contradicts this is chapter 3. Just waiting a bit longer to see if anyone guesses it. Correct! Tenor right before raise up your bat. In fact, let me find the Deltarune, the text dump, so that I can go straight to that scene. Where is it? So cool. I'm forgetting what a good thing to skip there is. Joe's theories, I think, are a primary example of weaponizing a lack of information. I mean, yeah, again, if you ignore everything that goes against your theory and cherry pick everything that works for it, your theory probably isn't going to be that great. I was thinking of the four of them in the forest and Yo, a second option that I wasn't even thinking of. Thank you. Finally, I found it. Oh, Chris, remember December? Oh, that little musical prodigy. Remember when she'd grab the remote and swap it from cartoons to that wild music video channel Toriel forbid you to see? Des rocking her guitar and singing along with those nasty, nasty songs. Didn't you all think she was just so cool? So yeah, that just directly contradicts what Jar is saying.
In fact, after coming up with this theory, I've reached the conclusion that Chris almost certainly
like, we purposefully do not have much about Des, and he chooses to assume the worst intentions in a very shallow reading. Yeah, just, he's assuming what he wants to assume. No comments about Chris hating her. Yeah, I certainly don't remember anything that's like, seeing this wiffle bat makes you remember how glad you were that you stabbed Des to death with a jello knife. Alright. So, Jaru thinks that Chris hated Des. So why is that? We're about to find out, and once again, it's just bad. You could play devil's advocate with that line and say Tenna was just assuming what they thought about Des. That feels like very sloppy writing, if true. Once again, the jello knife comeback. I mean, yeah, the whole, like, assume that Tenna was I feel like that's what Jaru would do, because, like, if he says, oh, tend to appear in very specific darknesses, well, clearly that tend is meant to throw us off. Classic Tricky Tony. Like, if Jaru knew about that, it probably wouldn't change much about this theory.
Hated December. Why? Well, it's because she was the one who was always hanging out with Asriel. Think about it. She has his sweater in her closet, his retainer next to her weed, and even his terrible...
I would like to point out that Jaru did not miss the optional subtext line about weed, but somehow missed the mandatory line about Des right before the Raise Up Your Bat concert. Yes. Okay, so this bit. I heard someone say that this felt like the plot of a kid's cartoon. Like, my older brother is hanging out with his girlfriend, and I'm mad about that. I'm gonna throw my brother's girlfriend in a trash can and kick her around. So, just... what else do I say about this?
ska CD in her collection. They were at least close friends, and possibly dating, which would likely result in Asriel spending less time with Chris and more...
Okay, yeah. It also seems like Chris and Noelle were close friends back in those days. Like... I don't think Asriel is, like, the only person who they're friends with. It's, like, a group of 4 friends. Also, let's read this text. These red hearts could even be Valentine's Day gifts from Asriel, which would explain why Toby did that whole Valentine's-themed newsletter a while back. Alternatively, these could just be from her mom, or possibly from her admirers, which would further support her status as the coolest girl in town, and... Isn't Jaru a Chris L. shipper for the reason of it being problematic? I think he might live for that toxic drama. So yeah, like, red hearts could be Valentine's, or, we could interpret it as a human soul. I mean, there are the lines in Raise Up Your Bat about, like, when the demon heart is crying, the stuff about, like, your heart shining, all that. Like, it could be for the other reason instead. And not just the reason that you want to support your theory further.
Time with her, and Chris would undoubtedly hate this. Heck, given Chris's insecurities about not being...
Or they could just chill out with Noelle or pull pranks on her or something. Yeah, with your heart as my mark. I mean, like, when the demon heart is crying is another line that's just like... I mean, this is, like, connections between Des, the soul, like, I mean, the soul's possessing Chris, like, demonic possession type shit. So, referring to the soul as a demon heart, or saying that the demon heart is referring to the soul, certainly is not a stretch. Honestly, would Chris be more jealous of Asriel than Des? I mean, yeah, again, like, with all the evidence that Des and Chris were friends, like, it could just be the other way Jaru suggests, except, like, less weird, because this just feels like a weird thing to suggest.
A monster, they may have even projected those feelings of inadequacy onto Asriel and Des, with Asriel's choice to spend...
I personally read the demon's heart to represent the night. That is one possible interpretation I heard of this. I'm not gonna get into this, like, fully right now, but personally, Um, I dislike Player Angel strongly. Obviously not as strongly as Jaru dislikes Player Soul. Like, if the player is the angel, I'm still gonna like Deltarune because it'll probably be written well. And like, whereas Jaru seems to think that there's like no chance of Player Soul. I'm just less confident in my theories no matter what they are, so like I don't like Player Angel. But I think that like it's still possible. I bring this up because basically I can't get into this all right now, and I really want to make a video on this someday, but I think the player is the demon heart, and the core in the knight's chest is the angel. Like, its design is minimalist, like, but it looks like an eyeball surrounded by like frilly wing-like shapes. Like, it looks like a simple depiction of a biblically accurate angel, and like the holes in the hands might rather represent like holy parallels rather than Gaster. And like in general, I think that core has some major importance at the very least, because I think having an eye in the knight's chest that only shows up for like some cutscenes, like it's something that shows up both times the knight roars but is contained like otherwise. I think there's a lot of connection between like the angel and darkness and the knight. Maybe Jar doesn't consider Raise Up Your Bat because he doesn't pick him on leitmotifs. Oh yeah, the Raise Up Your Bat version of Lost Girl is slightly different than normal Lost Girl, so who knows, that was enough to throw him off, maybe. Anyways, this certainly isn't about my possibly crackpot player demon theory, so let's continue the video.
And more time with a fellow monster hitting particularly close to home. In fact, given how passionate Chris is about playing piano, and given that December was in a band and played a ton of instruments, it may be that Chris became obsessed with learning piano precisely because they wanted to prove themselves to Asriel.
This is another point that I read completely differently. I think Chris wanted to play the piano because, once again, as I've said, they looked up to Des, and Des played instruments, likely the piano, as well. And Chris thought that was cool. Hate the way this theory ruins Chris's character entirely? Oh, it basically ruins everyone's character. Rouse is just Asriel again. Him having no identity is actually just a lie he made up. Chris is just like completely different from how they're portrayed. Susie isn't important at all. The knight is Asriel's soul, and I mean, we haven't even gotten to the worst of the Des part yet.
It was Chris's way of saying, see, she's not the only one who can play music. I could be in a band too. And remember those weird blog posts from Noelle that talk about Chris suddenly freezing and then going off to play piano? Well, I think that is tied up with December as well. I think when Chris was hanging out with Noelle, Asriel was upstairs hanging out with Des. I think these moments...
He just says this with like no evidence. We're just making shit up now? Why are we doing that? Like, come on. I at least expected most of the evidence to, like, have a source. But now we're getting to this, and it's just like, oh yeah, they're being reminded of when their brother and friend went up to Des's room to smoke weed together. I have autism, I do this sort of behavior. I mean, yeah, it seems more like Chris autism coding. Like, I get it. Like, you know, sometimes, like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're neurotypical, neurodivergent, sometimes we all want to just zone out for a minute. Again, I'm probably representing this poorly. So, I think this is just like Chris being Chris. But anyway, in fact, I didn't even write anything about this point in my Google Doc of notes, my horrifying Google Doc. Like, the human autism metaphor is way stronger than Chris Yandere here. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I didn't even write down, like, what he's saying here in the Google Doc, because, like, how am I supposed to refute it? It has no source. It's just something he's making up.
Moments where they suddenly freeze were moments where they remembered Asriel's budding relationship with December, which prompted Chris to feel jealous and head off into the other room in order to practice piano and win Asriel back. Heck,
win Asriel back is crazy. Like, I mean, like, we haven't even gotten to the worst bit of the theory, but, you know, this whole thing, you know, the incestuous undertones of the whole thing, like the swan boat ride with Rousey, this which was just mentioned, like winning Asriel back, like it's just gross.
We know that at one point Chris brought Bratty food in exchange for being allowed to hang out with her, and I reckon this was Chris trying to prove that they were cool enough to hang out with the older kids.
That seems like more characterization. Like, when I was much younger, I wanted to hang out with, you know, prove I'm more mature, hang out with older kids. It makes one feel cool.
Like Des and Asriel.
Yes,
as you can see, once you have this context of Chris trying to...
Oh, yeah, this point is horrible. When Chris is in control, they can play piano but can't play anything else. When the soul, who as we all know is Des, is in control, she can't play piano but is able to shred on the guitar. Toby Fox literally shows Chris playing December's instrument and December's song, all while emphasizing how Chris and the soul have different musical skills, only for nobody to connect the dots because the Roaring Knight shows up with a bat. Brilliant misdirection. Utterly brilliant. So I just like to point out that it's the Holiday household that has a piano, not the Dreamer household, you know. And I think good logic for that is Des plays a bunch of instruments. She likely plays piano too. She's likely who inspired Chris to play piano, and that's why they go to the Holiday house to play piano, and not why they have a house. Not why they have a piano in their own house. Also, hey, wait, didn't Jaru say Des can play piano too? No, I don't think so. I think I was the one who said Des can play the piano. Like, I remember bringing it up like a few minutes ago. But yeah, just like, what is some of the evidence here?
To fight Des for Asriel's attention, a whole lot of Chris's character starts...
I didn't write anything about that down, but, I mean, if someone can find a timestamp, that would be nice.
To click into place. And if Chris had this sort of tense rivalry with Des when she was alive, then it makes perfect sense that Chris would have such a harsh attitude towards her now that she is literally inside of their soul. Des may very well have been Chris's least favorite person, so being possessed by her
How do you misread, like, the subtext this badly? Like, genuinely, I cannot fathom this.
Probably a worst-case scenario. In fact, given the dynamic between Des, Asriel, and Chris, and given that my theory holds that Chris was somehow involved in both of their deaths, I think a picture of what happened is starting to come together. Now, I won't paint an exact picture myself, as coming up with a dramatic, detailed story is precisely what caused people to dismiss my original theory.
Oh yes, because that was definitely the only problem with the original theory. It's not like there was anything else that was just, like, horribly wrong about it. He says she plays a bunch of instruments but doesn't specify piano. 5041.
In fact, given how passionate Chris is about hitting particularly close to home. In fact, given how passionate...
I mean, yeah, it's like, if Des has all these instruments in her room, and there's also a piano in, like, the living room, Christmas tree, kitchen area, which, you know, like, wouldn't really be able to fit in Des's room that well, it certainly wouldn't be a leap in logic to suggest that Des can play piano as well.
This sort of tense rivalry with Des when she starts to click into place. And if Chris had this sort of tense rivalry with Des when she was alive, then it makes perfect sense that Chris would have such a harsh attitude towards her now that she is literally inside of their soul. Des may
the blatant mischaracterization here, like, this is the part of the video that started to bore me, which just made it worse when he dropped a certain bombshell that he's gonna drop in a few minutes here. Like, completely caught me off guard.
Very well have been Chris's least favorite person, so being possessed by her is probably a worst case scenario. In fact, given the dynamic between Des, Asriel, and Chris, and given that my theory holds that Chris was somehow involved in both of their deaths, I think a picture of what happened is starting to come together. Now, I won't paint an exact picture myself, as coming up with a dramatic, detailed story is precisely what caused people to dismiss my original theory. However, I will say this. There is a lot of evidence that Chris was involved with a murder, that Chris has been inside the shelter, and that December vanished under mysterious circumstances. As such, I wouldn't be surprised if Chris not only had a hand in December's death, but also took actions that accidentally resulted in Asriel's death.
Although, I guess not exactly a friend if Des is their least favorite person.
Demon summoning was meant to bring back Asriel, but since he had already become the knight, Chris ended up summoning December's.
Why would summoning a demon summon Des? I mean, like, huh? Like, even if Chris really hated Des this much, she'd just be a dead person, not a demon. You know, it would make more sense for this interpretation if they summoned us, the demon heart. Chris is at fault for literally everything. Reminds me of, like, a minute-long segment later in this video that was posted to Twitter that just sums up the entire theory while also summing up everything wrong with it. But yeah, like, Des went something the hell's roar bubbles from the depths, roaring night, who is Des and Asriel and Papyrus and Sans and Gerson motherfucking Boom. Ironically, Asriel's the least important person in this trio, despite this being Asriel's dust too. You know, that's kind of similar to how the original, like, the first theory was specifically about, like, who is Rousey? And then, like, 2/3 of the way through, it veered completely off course from talking about Rousey and just turned into a, oh, by the way, we're playing as Asriel. You know that? We're playing as Asriel now. You can now play as Asriel. Mamma mia. So, and yeah, just assuming that Asriel's dead to help out with the theory. Again, like, the theory is built off of assumptions instead of built off trying to answer a question. This is what happens when you make theories with an answer already pre-planned. Chris hates Des so much they consider her a demon theory.
Soul instead. Maybe then Chris absorbed her soul, possibly mistaking her for Asriel, only to immensely regret that decision.
Oopsies.
In fact, maybe...
Oh no, there wasn't any way to figure out beforehand. That's too bad. I mean, yeah, you know what you do. You just summon a demon, you see the demon, and then you immediately absorb the demon into your body. Like, okay, hold on. This is also assuming that Chris tried to summon Asriel by summoning a demon, but summoned Des instead? What? I feel like a lot of the Rousey's Asriel dust theory shares a lot of similarities with Rousey Titan theory. I don't remember Rousey Titan theory very well. Like, I don't think I've heard anything new about it, because he kind of just says, oh yeah, I'm a Darkner at the beginning of chapter 3, and then there's the stuff where he says, like, oh yeah, Titans don't have consciousness, they just like to destroy shit. So, you know, just haven't heard much about that anymore.
It was Des who forced Chris to reveal her fate to Carol, which was how this
Hey mom, I'm trapped inside a non-binary teenager, I need help. Mom, they killed me. Mom.
unlikely alliance between Carol, Chris, and the Knight came to be. This also explains why the mayor says the word "you" in bright red capital letters.
Oh yeah, it's not like that's referring to the soul.
In this scene, it's clear that
it's not like Carol has an obsession with weird red hearts or something.
She's talking to the soul, but now we understand why. She is talking to her daughter. This is Carol telling December that no matter what form she takes, she is always welcome in their home. This theory may even explain...
This is a terrible point. Why would Carol be on the down low about her daughter being a Chris? I mean, yeah, why would she even feel the need to be like, hey, you're my daughter-in-law, remember? You're welcome here. Come back. Like, it's... The point just doesn't make sense.
Why Carol in particular calls Chris at...
Oh yeah, this. As a bonus, if the theory that Noelle's transgender is accurate, to clarify, obviously, like, I don't have any problems with the theory. Like, if it's true or not, that has no impact on my view of Noelle. And, like, there is evidence towards it. I can't think of any counter evidence. It's just that the evidence that there is subtle. But then, like, tying this in, of all things, to, like, hey, I know you, hey, I know you changed your vessel and all, but that's not the most drastic change a daughter of mine has made or something like that. Like, I just did not expect him to bring that up. It's an ironic comment coming from what Jaru says about Weird Out stuff. Okay, and something I find ironic about this is that, like, I saw this, like, lengthy comment, like, essay-long YouTube comment from Jaru that was like, I don't think there's enough evidence to state that Chris is non-binary, but I still refer to them with they, them anyways, because I might as well. And also, like, I think Chris is a girl because that's my favorite flavor of human. Like, flavor? So, just thinking, like, denying that Chris is non-binary, but also, like, believing in trans Noelle just seems like a weird hill to stand on. Yeah, I obviously don't want to read the whole thing out, but it was a long thing. Like, it was basically like, he's older than most of his audience, so he grew up in a conservative Texas background, and I think there was something like he and his family did start to become less conservative over time. So, like, still trying to get used to things, but also just denying that Chris is non-binary, which, like, come on, dude, we got piles of Chris's pronouns. I don't get it. The whole point of the Weird Route is forcing two queer teens into a hetero-looking relationship, and he mixes that in flavor of holiday cest. Yep. Like, this theory at the end genuinely gets so much worse than Piles 1 got at the end. Like, that was just, oh, you know, Asriel's assault. Like, crazy. He's, like, the only person who suggested that. But still, like, it doesn't... That saying Asriel is who we're playing as doesn't make me, like, reel back in disgust. The end of this theory was boggling my mind. Or some synonym of that, I guess. I feel like people don't say mind boggle enough anymore. but hey, I'm older than my audience, and I come from a conservative Texas background, so, as you know, I say mind boggle, or something. Piles 1 was funny bad, like, DUI, but yeah, especially at the end. Like, I enjoyed watching it, no matter how bad it was, for, first 45 minutes, maybe? And, yeah, around 45 minutes. Once it veered into Death's Soul territory, that was like, okay, what are you implying with the weird route? And then, like, actually bringing up the weird route, that just...
The end of the Snowgrave route. She simply noticed Noelle's increased interest in Chris and is now concerned by what this...
Yeah, very concerned. You know, I'd be pretty concerned if my daughter was going on a date with her sister.
Could mean for December. With all that said, I don't think Des is aware of what happened to Asriel, or at the very least, she isn't aware that he has become the Roaring Knight. That...
Okay. I mean, like, compared to previous statements he made, like, this is tame by comparison.
That is why Chris has worked so hard to hide the Roaring Knight's identity from the Soul. Des was quite possibly in love with Asriel, so if she found out that Chris had...
It's not incest, guys. I'll explain in a later video, but won't give any context. Okay, so how many layers of incest do we have here? Like, we've got Ralsei and Chris, who are supposedly siblings. Then we've got, like, Des and Noelle, who are siblings. Then we've got, like, Chris being weirdly yandere about, like, their brother having a girlfriend, which, like, sort of, like, what's the term? Like, what's that guy? Sigmund Freud? I don't know. Like, just some weird characterization. And then there's, like, also Des x Asriel, except Des is in Noelle's body. Like, we have layers of problematic shit here.
A hand in his death, then not only could she bring physical harm to Chris's body, but she would be even more determined to put a stop to Chris's schemes. Speaking of determination, given that I theorized that December was the original controller of the timeline in my Chris is Des video,
I don't remember that very well. I can't comment on that, I guess.
I reckon it is quite feasible that Chris specifically inherited their ability to save and load from December, which is why their save points are gray instead of yellow. With all that said,
gray?
Why their save points are gray instead of yellow.
I mean, that looks more white, which is just another way of representing a bright light instead of yellow, but sure, why not? We already said that the Gaster Ball that the night turns into is a Monster Soul plus Darkness. Oh, by the way, go look up, like, all Gaster Ball sightings on YouTube. That video is funny as shit. Just controlling and feeling Chris's body. Let me make Chris and Noelle date even if they don't want to, and I'll date Asriel's new body even if I'm stuck as Chris. I mean, yeah, it's just, like, what the fuck? This is also BS because it's very, very obvious the soul only sees things through the game window only. Yep, I remember, like, at least 2 things that explicitly show that. And different from a real character in the story. Like, I believe... That's what Jar's... Yeah. Okay, so... If I remember correctly, the 2 big pieces of, like, player soul evidence, as if we needed these 2 pieces of evidence in the first place, are... in chapter 3, when, like, Ralsei looks at the screen after asking how Chris made Susie, like, get a ribbon. Like, just straight up looking dead on at the screen. Like, turning around and everything. Like, that's, like, some undeniable bullshit right there. And then, I believe RZ in chat actually helped point this out when I was playing Deltarune for the first time on stream. When you play I believe it's a racing game in the green room, Susie mentions like, oh, you can't, what do you mean? It's like you're not looking at the screen. Why are you playing so badly? Because, like, yeah, you are not looking at the screen. As you know, you do not see the TV. Although I believe you actually can beat that racing game if you know the inputs. Anyways, this is also, yes, that's what I was going to say. Des just has a really bad posture and is stuck facing in one direction. Yeah, she's actually got she actually has this very unfortunate disorder where her eyes are actually diegetically hovering and viewing everything as a top-down perspective. Very tragic. Only Des has it. These aren't her eyes. This is just the white of a monster's soul and the black of a dark world. Yep. My prediction with his Weird Route angle is that Des wants to possess Noelle instead of Chris so she can take one. That's funny. Something to add to the bingo card, I suppose. And then, yeah, the quote from Susie. Jackensteinified.
Hello. With all that said, there is still a rather large elephant in the room that I've yet to discuss. I am, of course, talking about the
incest!
Weird Route. It's one thing to say that Des is trying to stop Chris in the normal route, but it's a whole other thing to say that Des is responsible for tormenting Noelle in the Weird Route.
I kind of find it funny that the whole reason, like, he doesn't believe in Asriel's soul anymore is because of the Weird Route events, and then he decides, like, who should be the soul instead if Asriel isn't the soul? Oh, I know, Noelle's sister!
So, how do I explain December's behavior in this sequence? Well, there's two primary reasons that I can think of for December acting in this way. The first...
This video is weirdly sexist to every character except Carol. Oh yeah, you know, Carol's actually chill. She accepts her children, whether they change their gender or whether they change their body entirely. Every other female character? Oh no.
First is the player. While the soul is not a simple representation of the player, our influence is still integral to this story.
You ever heard the phrase, you can't have your cake and eat it too? Oh yeah, the player's not involved except when I say the player is involved, which is sometimes. Only when I feel like it.
Just like it was in Undertale. In that game, we are controlling Frisk directly, and thus whether Frisk is a mass murderer or the savior of the underground is entirely up to us. We can corrupt their character if we so choose, and the same is true with...
There's no player except not really. You cannot have you are genocides and eat it too. Like, what are we talking about?
December. Remember, we aren't controlling Chris directly the way we did with Frisk. We are...
Jaru, who should be the soul? Soul, you literally chose me! Jaru must be Tess. And now he claims direct player Frisk control. Oh yeah, because apparently that's not throwing the narrative in the wood chipper when it's an Undertale. Yeah, the whole, like, choosing me is another funny thing. Like, I saw some edit of that scene on Twitter saying, like, oh, actually, Jaru's theory makes another sense, and it replaced me with Des. Who's gonna hear? Des! I remember years ago him claiming Kara player controls. Okay, wait, so in both situations, is this like so we've got the player, and then we've got some weird, like, middleman, and then we've got the person that person is controlling? Like, why do we need this, like, third entity if it's just this? Like, we don't need the third entity. We need us, and we need the vessel we are controlling. Okay, but, like, I mean, yeah, it does seem like he's no longer claiming Kara player stuff, so yeah, his opinion of diegetic player gets worse with time, I guess. Why did Kara make Jared do this theory? Are they evil? Alright.
Controlling the entity inside of their soul. In other words, we are controlling December. So while we can still supply a corrupting influence, we can only exert that influence upon December herself, which is why Chris can rebel against us. However, and this is important, while we can corrupt December, we cannot change the reality of who she was up until now.
So apparently who she was is someone who wants to romance her sister.
Which brings us to the second reason for the weird route, December's character. You see, we may have turned December to the dark side, but all that does is force us to explore the darkness within her own psyche. This route is all about Noelle because that's what December wants it to be about. And while it may seem like our actions are too harsh or too cruel for Des to inflict on her sister, just remember that our main goal throughout the weird route is to make Noelle stronger. And while we end up pursuing that goal through some extremely dubious methods, you could absolutely view this as an expression of tough love. Keep in mind that December is Carol's daughter, and Carol is all about expressing love through the most cold and controlling methods available to her. And this concept is really hammered.
Never mind. I guess Carol's painted in a bad light in this video too.
Home when you look at the symbolism of the thorn ring. This ring...
Yeah. You know what kind of love rings are associated with? Nothing familial.
Makes Noelle stronger and lets her do things she never thought she could do.
Except in certain American southern states. How can you read this scene in such a tone-deaf way? I truly cannot comprehend it.
But at the cost of her own will being supplanted by December's. The use of a ring of thorns, which are the harsh and painful side of a rose, is a direct metaphor for the painful side of love. When December forces this ring onto Noelle, it's like she's saying, I'm hurting you because I love you. And
what the fuck? Yeah, Carol and Des abusive theory, I mean, that's basically where this is going.
This is for your own good. If the weird route was really about the player, then it wouldn't make sense for us to hyper-focus on Noelle.
Okay, so Noelle, I think it was Andrew Cunningham who said this in his Gaster motif video. Noelle is a character in a video game obsessed with video games and video game creepypastas. And in the weird route, you're essentially turning this into a video game creepypasta. Except it's well written. I remember in one of my older videos, I wrote this entire weird route creepypasta that I had on screen for a few seconds and no one brought it up in the comments, so it was a waste. It was it was just spending half an hour just writing a shitty version of the weird route. But yeah, that's just one of a few reasons why the weird route could focus on Noelle.
But if my theory is true, and the weird route is actually about December, then it makes perfect sense for her to focus on her sister. Us choosing to pursue the Snowgrave route in...
yeah, that's another thing, the completionism aspect of it. You can see why he thinks this a little because I watched his weird route reaction. Oh yeah, that's right. He didn't even play the weird route, right? He just reacted to it. I feel like that kind of takes some of the oomph out of it. No wonder he doesn't like player soul. He's not even the soul in that because he's not playing the game. I think it makes perfect sense to manipulate Noelle if we are the player. In my opinion, the weird route is intended to show the player pushing the game to be more like a regular JRPG. Why is it so focused on Noelle is barely a question to me, which introduces a hetero romance of the meek and petite feminine girl who is openly a lesbian. I mean, yeah, so many different reasons for the weird route other than whatever the fuck he's suggesting. Yeah, he didn't not only play it, he watched a recap of it. With comment? Why would you... That completely takes you out of it. Okay, sure. Can respect not wanting to do it, but, like, you can't make assumptions only seen a walk. Yeah, like, yeah.
Instead of the normal route is effectively us choosing to
two left thumbs. Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah. Yeah, recap, basically. Don't mess with us Deltarune players, we don't play our game.
Allow December to enact her will, just like how the No Mercy route in Undertale allowed Kara to enact their
Okay, so why is her will that?
will? Heck, something I only found out about just recently thanks to KazooCat was how, during the Snowgrave route of Chapter 2, the song that plays right before we fight Birdly has some striking...
It's a good recap, but he doesn't actually feel... I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, watching a recap just takes you out of it. Like, I can understand watching a recap after playing it for the first time to understand it a bit more, but, like... Anyways, I think he's about to make another horrible point.
Similarities to Raise Up Your Bat, which, for those who aren't aware, is a song that was likely written by December. This connection is made even more likely when you realize that the Snowgrave song in question...
Okay, so first of all, like, we're tying Raise Up Your Bat to death, even though before Joru was saying, like, oh no, bats don't actually have to be associated with deaths. Once again, you cannot have you are genocides and eat it too. So... Hold on.
...is literally titled D.
D. After the shit that I just went through with this, just say, like...
Which is almost certainly referencing December.
Just saying D, which is almost certainly referencing December, just made me start laughing hysterically. Yeah, fucking... D. Like, almost... Just say D. Almost certainly referencing December. Just... That shit had me cackling to myself, just saying D over and over, because, like, almost certainly. Yeah, just, I think there's a chance that it could be referring to December, like, maybe it's like flashback excerpt, where this will be used on the normal route later. Chris is going to hear D. This could be used on the normal route later, and maybe D actually does have something to do with December, but, like, maybe it just refers to death, because we're gonna fucking kill Birdly with hammers. Not literally, but... like... D isn't the only... December isn't the only word that starts with D. It's just like... After going through the whole Death-cest shit, this was actually pretty funny to me. Again, maybe you can take this claim by using the evidence of C being Carol's song, but he... That's right, like, that was another thing that I was thinking of when I was watching, like, it's like, oh, maybe you could bring up C as well, you know, that'd be an interesting connection, and, you know, I guess D is more of a threatening thing than... a threatening track than a song. And C is less music and more just foreboding, ominous sound effect. But he doesn't even bring that up. He doesn't even bring up the good evidence. Chris, who's going to hear D's. Daster. Oh, that was another thing. I think there was, like, some audio file titled w.ogg, and it was like, ooh, maybe the next ones just slowly spell out W.D. Gaster. Even though, oh hey, the entire world didn't reset when I said W.D. Gaster. That's cool. Even though, like, I'm pretty sure that would be 8 letters, so that requires 8 chapters. But even then, there was also the theory that, like, maybe it's just titled D.OGG because that sort of spells dog, and that's funny. Like, there's so much else that's just, ooh, December! December! Anyways, after WD Callister, there's a W.OGG and a D.OGG, an M, oh yeah, the M.OGG. Oh yeah, that's another thing. That was part of the ARG. Like, you've got the keyboard, you've got the W and D.OGG that are arranged in a keyboard shape, and some of them lead to M.OG, or not OG, but yeah, some of them lead to one thing, some of them lead to M, some of them lead to E, and I think the ones that spell out one of the letters, like, spell out thank you, which is foreshadowing for the weird route, because, you know, there's me, and, which, like, side note, I don't remember anyone pointing out, like, oh my goodness, M and E, that spells me. Like, I'm really surprised people didn't think that, because, like, there are 2 letters. There's, like, one word you can form with that. So, yeah, that whole thing was foreshadowing for the weird route, because you got me, and you got thank you, and you get it from clicking on a red dot, I think. So, yeah, there's that. The reason it's just D.OGG is it's supposed to be ominous like a creepypasta. Yeah, that's also logic that makes sense. Like, everyone in chat is thinking of a better reason than it stands for December. Again, this is what happens when you try to take evidence to support your answer that you're already sticking with.
Toby Fox is explicitly tying December to the most climactic moment of the Snowgrave route.
Explicitly. You know, like, just to name one piece of Death Knight evidence that I think is more explicit, like, when you backtrack after seeing the final prophecy in chapter 4, and you can't backtrack any further because someone's holding their hand out to stop you, and doing that plays a guitar sound effect at 0% volume, which is something you can only see when going into the game files. Like, that seems blatant. This, you know what this seems like? D. Oh yeah, and there's a raise up your bat and D.OGG connection. I believe D.OGG is also, like, similarly structured to Gingerbread House and a track Toby worked on for another game called Mary CD. The track was called Mary CD, not the game.
And he is doing this because this moment was specifically orchestrated by December herself. Now, you may be wondering what December's end goal is in the Weird Route, and how that...
Yeah, I don't think I want to find out. It's gonna be some shit like, oh yeah, December wants to marry her sister. Like, as I wrote down in this Google Doc, do you not get the abusive relationship allegory, Jaru? How can it not be clear? This theory started out bad, and it just got worse and worse. This is way worse than the last piles of Asriel's dust theory was at the end. How did you make this theory without seeing the incest-shaped elephant in the room? How? His logic, it baffles me. I wish I could be as delusional as him, because then I would have so much more confidence in my theories.
That ties into the prophecy. Well, the good news is I do have an answer for those questions, and I think you're gonna find my conclusions very interesting. However, the bad news is this video has already gotten over an hour long. So, for the sake of brevity, I'm going to save my Snowgrave theory.
For the sake of brevity, maybe he should have spent like a quarter of the time recapping his piles of Asriel's dust theory. Like, that was like 16 to 20 minutes. I mean, the original video wasted so much time just by being like, alright, here's all the evidence that Rousey is a Lightner. I'm going to explain it like I wholeheartedly believe this. And then I'm just also going to present all the evidence that deconfirms Rousey being a Lightner, because since I don't believe in this theory, I can actually find evidence that disproves it. Oh yeah, I have to see his train crash of a Snowgrave video. Like, I think I'm probably going to do something similar to this video for that video, like live streaming it after I've already taken notes, watching the whole thing and gathering other people's opinions on it. Because, like, I mean, I'm enjoying this live stream. Not really enjoying the theory, but I'm enjoying everyone else not enjoying it.
Theory for another day.
I gotta be honest, it feels like he doesn't see the Weird Route's intentional homophobia. I don't know what else it could be. I'm so fucking scared for that video. I, like, actually was kind of hoping that this video wouldn't come out before Chapter 5. Because, like, I wasn't sure I was fully ready for it. And then, like, I was kind of hoping that, oh, maybe in Chapter 5, Asriel shows up for the festival, which I think is very likely. That seems like something that could very much happen. And then, you know, this video wouldn't come out because it would be wrong at that time. And then I wouldn't have to deal with this. But, nope. Came out way earlier than I was expecting. This theory came out on the same day as Toilet Theory, and somehow Toilet Theory was better and more coherent. Oh, absolutely. There's some problems I have with Toilet Theory, but I think it actually is, as it says, a fresh take on the depths, and I enjoy it. Okay, what really, like, fucking got me with the timing of this video is, like, a couple days before, I had found out that Andrew Cunningham did a live reaction to it, like, right after it came out, and it was unlisted. And I was able to find the link to it and watch it. And, like, it took, like, a day or so to watch it. And as soon as I was done with it and clicked to my homepage on YouTube, the first result I saw was the sequel to Piles of Asriel's Dust. Yeah, a horrifying sequel was. That shit scared the fuck out of me. A horrifying theory, a horrifying sequel, and a horrifying Google Doc.
Day. To summarize the conclusions of Asriel's Dust 2.0.
Do you ever think that your life as a parent feels like a
conclusions.
juggling act? With Purdue Global, the juggling act just...
Oh, Asriel and December are both dead, and Chris blames themselves for...
Oh, right, this was like the 1-minute clip that I saw circulating on Twitter. Just like a minute that summarizes the whole theory and just makes you see everything that's wrong with it. Although, obviously, that's hyperbole. If you wanted to see everything that's wrong with it, you would have to watch this practically 4-hour live stream with me reading like everything that I found that was wrong. Anyways, this 1-minute clip.
2.0, Asriel and December are both dead, and Chris blames themselves for this event. Asriel's soul went on to become the Roaring Knight, while Asriel's dust went on to become Rousey. December's soul was absorbed by Chris, which transformed them into an entity with unique powers, including the ability to remove their soul and the ability to seal dark fountains. Des and Chris have an antagonistic relationship, both due to them vying for Asriel's attention in life and due to them opposing each other's plans now that they've been combined into one entity. Chris's goal is to resurrect Asriel, Carol's goal is to resurrect December, and December's goal is to protect her sister and the world in general from Chris. Des is not the Roaring Knight, Asriel is not alive, Chris is not the victim here, and the soul is not a representation of the player. And with all that controversial theory crafting finally complete, I think we can draw this video.
This soul is not a representation of the player in 2026. Wow. Just wow. I think Jaru really wants Deltarune to be Omori. Maybe Jaru should just play Omori. Has Jaru played Omori? It seems like, based on the contents of this theory, he already has. I don't know. I think Spooky Dude played Omori, right? Spooky Dude, who actually has, like, good theories. Chris is not a victim is the worst take in the theory. Also doesn't mention his third take of Asriel also being in the code. This theory is trying to fit Deltarune into an Omori-shaped box, and it's really obvious. This theory can't even be compared to Omori. Omori is good. I think Jaro has played Omori. He started a playthrough, but I don't think he finished it. Woody Theory 2 forever alive in my heart! If there's one thing to take out of this video, is that Woody Theory 2 is actually, like, really good. Like, my opinions on Spooky Dude are mixed, but mostly positive. Like, there were some theories in the Chapter 1 and 2 era that I didn't particularly agree with. I think Spooky Dude said it himself once, where, like, he was, like, just trying to go against what the rest of the fandom thought. And, like, also, I remember a non-theory video that Spooky Dude made that said that Deltarune's combat system was bad, which was just filled with objectively wrong information. And, like, I love Deltarune's combat, and I am very knowledgeable of how it works, I'd say. So, like, reacting to that would also be something I'd want to do live. But yeah, like, Woody Theory, very funny. Woody Theory 2, not only very funny, extremely plausible. Like, I have not heard a single better candidate for the Chapter 5 secret boss. Like, actually, I'm being fully serious. Like, Woody Theory being foreshadowed in Chapter... Friend Inside Me, Secret Boss, being foreshadowed in Chapter 3, just like how Gerson's Secret Boss was foreshadowed in Chapter 2. Like, Woody Theory it genuinely works so much, and before, it didn't even have in-game evidence. Now it's got, like, a mention of Tenna from Asgore's favorite cowboy puppet show that in unused dialogue that was still left in the game, meaning that it is likely canon, because, like, it's an entire third board that was scrapped because of pacing reasons. Like, that cowboy show is canceled. Like, alright, I think Jarek smoked Asriel's dust. Woody Theory 2 is actually the best secret boss theory out there. Unironically, Jarek got pretty close with Oberon Smog for Chapter 4. Yeah, like, I was, like, talking in the Andrew Cunningham Discord right before I started this stream about I completely lost my train of thought. Holy shit. Oh yeah, it was like Jaru just seeming to give his own theories way too much credit. Like, in his tier list he made of theories that held up, he made his Who Was the Knight theory in true with an exclamation mark tier, which was the top tier, which I don't think makes sense because his theory was not on whether Gerson had been revived, it was who the knight was, which he definitely did not get right, and I very much do not think it's right now. Anyways, we got like a little more than a minute left. We can get through this.
To a close. A huge shout out to all my loyal patrons for their incredibly generous support. A special thanks goes to E-Roll, Ash the Fox, Limping Penguin, Tibby Fitzhugh, and Spampton PFP for supporting me on the Noel tier. An extra special thanks goes to Sans the Reaper and SMS for supporting.
If anyone in chat is interested, I might want to do the reaction / analysis to Spooky Dude's critique of Deltarune's gameplay, like, tomorrow, or at least soon, because, like, it's much shorter, and it probably wouldn't get me nearly as pissed, because I like Spooky Dude's theories. Like, I mean, if anyone in chat is interested, say so, and I mean, obviously I don't want to do it right now, because my voice hurts. But yeah, that's...
me on the Ralsei tier. And a huge thanks has to go to Spindrift and Lex.Ham for being the only big shots willing and able to support me on the Spampton tier.
Heard a good amount of people have been canceling their subscriptions after the sexist holiday cess theory, and sure. I mean, like, I haven't noticed because I'm not paying attention to Jaru's sub count. I mean, I certainly noticed when a certain other YouTuber who will not be named happened to make a post celebrating reaching 470,000 subscribers right before absolutely plummeting in subscriber count, which is just... Sometimes God has an amazing sense of humor, I guess. Like, I haven't really been paying attention to his subscriber count, but I mean, it doesn't look that different from what it was before. Okay, anyways, first order of business. So, does anyone have an accurate name to that song that Jaru said has the Nightmare Night motif, styled like Asriel's theme? Because I think I saw 2 people in chat saying that they have it. Alright. Toby Fox Friendship. I look up Toby Fox FRI, and of course the first result that autofills is Friend Inside Me. I haven't even searched up Friend Inside Me on this computer, or at least Toby Fox Friend Inside Me on this computer. Oh shit, I accidentally looked up Friend Inside Me. Fuck. Toby Fox Friendship. My website. Oh, I killed Asriel, I'm so evil. How have I gotten like 3 different Deltarune role players in chat? That's crazy. Alright, just sort by videos in Google. Alright, what? Oh, it's on Reddit? I thought it was a YouTube video. Hold up. Alright, I'm just searching it on YouTube. Just want to clear. Hashtag Deltarune. I mean, I've had hashtag Deltarune in the description of all the other live streams I've done. I think at least. I barely changed my description from the last one I did. Toby Fox. Of course, the top result is Friend Inside Me. Ship. Website. Okay, so I very obviously hear the Nightmare Night motif, but like, I mean, this just sounds vaguely similar to Memory, I guess. So, sure, I guess. I mean, yeah, it's like a piano and music box sounds. Did you know that She's Playing Piano from Undertale actually foreshadows Death's playing piano and being the Roaring Knight, I guess? Okay, I guess with that video watched, or at least with that soundtrack listened to... Oh yeah, before the story. Yeah, I see the similarities there. But yeah, with that soundtrack listened to, I can confidently say that instead of that piece of evidence confusing me, it's now just another piece of evidence that I don't think is a good piece of evidence. And in my Google Doc here, I write, conclusion, this video sucked. Oh wait, there's more. As it got closer to the end, it began to truly unravel. Yeah, these are all like my thoughts that I wrote down right after watching the video. As it got closer to the end, it began to truly unravel, making up and leaving out information. The ending was truly something that I did not expect, implying the Weird Route is an incestuous relationship between Noelle and Des. Bravo, Jaru Jaru J, you've created my magnum opus. I left a like on this video, and I will be doing it again on at least one of my alt accounts. Good video. Like, sure. I mean, I guess I did like it, didn't I? Yeah, like, I mean, the craziest thing is, before I watched this video, I was thinking, like, okay, no matter how much I'm shitting on this theory, I still think I like Jaru Jaru J as a person. And then after the video I finished, was like, how the fuck did he actually make me lose respect for him? Like, what an experience. An unforgettable experience. Well, I think I can end the stream now. This has been going on for over 4 hours. So bad it's funny. Yeah, I believe I've left a comment on this, like, as a fan, this was an amazing experience. As a Deltarune theorist, I hated it and I wanted to get swooned by the night. So, also I think he hearted it and commented on it, so good for me, I guess. I get free internet points. Well, I mean, that's everything. So I guess I'll be ending stream now. I'm not entirely sure if I'll be doing a live stream about the Spooky Dude Deltarune combat video tomorrow, but I mean, there's a chance. If I do, it might be later in the day. Because I think there's stuff going on at my house that might create background noise tomorrow. So, alright, bye everyone. Ending stream.